Okay, episode 2. So let's recap what happened last time. You guys traveled to the haunted house, all for hopes of striking it rich, finding the alchemist's treasure inside. A certain cleric that you met at a bar also said, hey, if you go and cleanse this place of the 300 vampires that are within, I'm going to give you 100 gold. You guys accepted, checked out the house, not much was going on, but you went down into these secret caverns below, and you got your asses handed to you. So that didn't really work out so good, so at the end of the night, you guys decided you better just get out of there before things get worse. You headed back to town, and that's where we left off. So you spent the night in the inn, the Snapping Line Inn and Tavern. It's late the next morning. By the time you guys wake up after sleeping off all your injuries, you wake up and you instantly smell this delicious smell of porridge and fresh bacon hit your nostrils. And what do you want to do?
Did we level?
No.
Okay. Just making sure I didn't miss that.
Are we supposed to be tracking XP, or is this going to be like a
milestone?
It's milestone. So.
All right, cool.
Well, I'm gonna wake up and be like, "Where the fuck am I?"
Backlarch
And
smells.
like looking around my room. I'm assuming I got put back in the room.
Yeah, we drug you back to town.
You were tucked into bed, so
And we'll look around like all dazed, like, "What the fuck happened?" And then I'm gonna follow the scent of food to, I'm assuming, the bar area where the food is. I'm assuming.
yeah. So as you get out of bed, you hear a slight little tap on your door, and the door opens, and here's this face, the familiar face. It's the face of Max Fried Grifton, the cleric, and he says, good morning. I'm glad to see you up and about. You guys really scared me after everything that went down last night. I took it upon myself to get you guys these rooms and make sure that nothing happened to you. I trust that you're okay. And he kind of looks you up and down. Vaz.
Yeah. Everything's okay. We went to that house and there was some... I didn't see any 300 vampires there, but there were some people. They were not too pleased with us.
People. Oh, well, that's an interesting matter. Perhaps we could discuss this at breakfast. You're all welcome. Breakfast is on me.
I need food.
I smell bacon.
All right, so he motions for you guys to come out of your rooms, and he goes to the room next door, gathers the rest of you, and he leads you downstairs back to the main room. And the smell of bacon is so strong, it actually covers up the fishy smell of the tavern for once. He kind of points his hand out to a table and leads you guys over, and you all sit down at two separate little small tables in the middle of the floor. You look around and you do see Hannah is behind the bar. She's pouring some drinks, and she has a couple plates on the bar and handing them out to a couple of the other patrons that are sitting around. Max Fried pulls up a chair and sits down and says, join me, friends.
I do that.
Hell yeah.
Table.
So
I'm going to go to the bar and get a drink.
Give me some bacon.
So Hannah looks up at you, Vaz, and a drink. What kind of drink is that, my friend?
The strongest stuff you got.
It's a little early, but I suppose.
Never too early.
So
What do you serve?
she goes back and pours.
I have one of those too.
She grabs two. She grabs two tankards and fills them up and says, "All right, that's 4 copper each." And she hands them off the mugs to you guys.
What do you got for larger sizes?
Oh, the super size. She says, "Well, we do have this," and she walks back to the other end of the bar, and she pulls out this giant flagon, and she says, "Oh, well, we have this. This is the 10 copper special."
I'm more looking for a to-go container
To
to refill my gourd.
well, we could do that. So, she reaches out and you hand her the gourd, and she goes over and she pulls up the cork to the barrel and just fills it up with some ale for you. 4 copper, please, hon.
I give her 4 copper.
And
And I go sit back down.
she hands you the plate of bacon and bring this over to your friend too.
Oh, excellent. As I'm walking over, I take a piece of bacon, start chewing on it as I bring the rest to the table. Got your bacon. Set it down in front.
Give me my bacon.
All right, so what are the rest of you guys
I
doing?
set it down in front of Medler.
I'm gonna ask Vaz if he ever washes that thing out.
I don't want to ruin it. Gotta savor the flavor.
I'm munching
Just
on some bacon.
take the gourd and I swirl it.
I'm gonna munch on some bacon.
2.
All right, so at that point, Max Fried, he sits and he crosses his arms and he sits there and so tell me, was there any sort of evil or anything in that house, or you said it was just people?
We did find a group of undead. I don't know, about 8 of them or so.
Ah,
Just skeletons.
well, I'm glad you made it out alive. Paylor smiles upon you. I suppose I should still pay you then for taking care of the undead that's up there. So
Yeah, we didn't find anything else in the house, so.
he politely just bows, reaches inside of his robe, and he pulls out this small coin purse and throws it on the table. It's your 100 gold that he promised.
I'll just take that and start divvying it up among everybody.
So, people, were they squatters that were living there?
Not quite.
We don't exactly know what they were doing, but we're gonna go see if we can find out later today.
That's interesting. What happened? Did you dispatch them, or?
A couple, but I knew there was a ton of them up there.
It's
There's
strange.
all these tunnels underneath the house that,
Armed as well.
yeah, pretty well armed.
No, I've been here a few weeks and I haven't heard anything about any people up in this place. So maybe somebody around town might know something. So at that point, you kind of overhear somebody behind you and says, "People up the old haunted mansion." And you kind of look over your shoulder, guys, and at the table, like a couple tables over, you see this tall, thin gentleman stand up. He's dressed very nicely, yet plain. He has a very cropped back haircut, a little goatee, and just a small trimmed mustache. And he walks over and with this flowing blonde hair that's he kind of brushes it out of his eyes. Says, well, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Anders Solomar, town councilman and proprietor of a very successful fishing ship. You say there's squatters in the old mansion?
More underneath it than in it.
This is strange because I've heard rumors on the seas of smugglers possibly holding up someplace in town. I bet you these are the smugglers that we've been looking for. Can you describe them? Anything? Oh, don't all speak up at once now.
Sounds. I don't remember too much. I think there were humans mostly, a couple dwarves, right? And I don't know. They didn't seem to have any sort of uniform or anything, but they were hanging out, moving cargo around. So
Strange
there's a bunch of
cargo. This sounds like Sounds like smugglers. I'll tell you what. You guys need to come to the town council meeting and talk to the council members. We need to discuss this. They very much would like to hear about this.
Where is this place to meet?
Oh, sir, I will show you right after we eat lunch.
Oh, right.
So she goes,
All right.
Alright.
I'd give you all the gold. Everybody gets 20 and
I just look.
me.
I look.
uh,
20 gold.
Yeah, 20 gold.
Nice. Maglar, you should give me half your gold.
Fuck off!
Go ahead and do a persuasion check there, Yuri. Yeah. So you nice natural one on a persuasion check. So you try to convince Meglar, and yeah, he literally just is looking at you, just staring at you, kind of dumbly, like, what are you talking about? So at this
Munching
point,
on his bacon.
Anders he says, I'm gonna head back to my table, but let's talk some more after we eat. I'll lead you over to the council. You'll know when the meeting starts. You'll hear the loud horn go off. It signals the meeting in town. Farewell. So he takes his leave, and he goes to sit at the table next to you, and he's chatting up a couple other fisherman-looking fellows.
All right, then.
And at this point,
That's all about.
Max freed himself. He stands up and he says, "Okay, well, I'm going to be in town for a few more days. I have a couple errands to run, and then I am headed off north, up to the God's country in Icewind Dale to see if I can convert anybody else to the followers of the light. So I bid you farewell, friends. Perhaps we will meet again." And he stands up and brushes himself off and fixes his robe, and he heads upstairs for now.
Good journey.
If any of these guys know Ned.
Oh, Ned is no longer alive.
Ned is dead.
Like, is this place filled with people? Like the bar area still? Or is it like early morning?
No, it's kind of like brunch time. So again, this is like an inn / tavern. So this is like a kind of a decent place to get a good breakfast and lunch. So there's quite a few people kind of sitting around eating, but it's not like the nightly crowd of a bunch of locals getting hammered.
Maglar, why don't you get your lazy ass up and sing something?
Sing.
Yeah, sing
Maglar
something.
does not sing.
I'd like to hear this.
You get up and sing something.
I drink, I don't sing.
You guys could do a duet.
I eat. Meat my bacon.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up and head back to the bar. You'll like call the barkeep over.
All right, so Hannah comes over. She was busy in the back, washing some dishes off, and another round already. And so she grabs a hold of the tap and another mug.
I'll like hold my hand up, like whoa. You have anything stronger? Like maybe something that may catch fire.
Oh, some fine
Like
spirits.
real strong stuff.
Of course, we have some better stuff out back. How much are you looking for?
I'll have whatever he's having.
Trying to think how much is in a tankard. I know there's an equipment tankard.
Well, she can give you like a bottle's worth of like an alcohol, like 100 proof that'll burn. So she goes back and she comes back with 2 different bottles. One's like completely clear, and the other one's like a little bit of a shade of like a burgundy, like wine color. So both of these are very fine spirits. One is aged with a hint of grape, and there was a rye mash that we like to drink around here. It has a little bit of a kick to it. Both are 10 gold
For both of them or each?
each. Sorry, and she holds up each bottle.
I'll
throw a
take
piece of
one
gold.
of them.
I
I'll
throw
take
10
one of
gold at her, snatch the bottle, start slamming it.
Okay. So you grab which bottle, Yuri?
Whichever one was closest.
Okay. So she's got the clear bottle, and you snatch that out of her hand and start pounding back this pretty strong stuff. Do a Constitution check for me. Not even a save. Just do like a general Constitution. Yeah, that's fine. So 15. So you slam back. You just take like a couple big old gulps, and you just stand there, and it hits you perfectly fine. You're like, that's got a nice taste to it.
I'll
Wipe
give her
my
10
mouth
gold.
with my sleeve.
So she's
I
still,
take mine, and I pop the gourd off my thing. I chug the beer that I put in there, and then fill it up with some of the bottle that I have, and then I put the rest of the bottle away.
Okay, so you probably got like 3/4 of a bottle still left.
Yeah. And then my gourd is full.
Okay.
And then I smile at the dwarf, and then walk away.
You're a new drinking buddy.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Back.
Well, the dog decided to climb up underneath my desk and hit the power strip, so she turned my computer and the router off in one fell.
That's great.
And then Dave tried to get some stronger spirits, and then all of a sudden everything goes black.
Yeah, they just Yuri and Vaz just bought some bottles of strong stuff, and Yuri just take a couple big sips, and he enjoys the taste of it, and Vaz kind of looks over and like he liked what he saw.
How long did he say it was? Like it was just we would hear a bell.
Yeah. It's like a horn. It's kind of like a foghorn, like this. Yeah, that's all.
Well, I'm gonna go and look for like a general goods store. That's where they would have like those med kits, right?
Yeah.
Just to stabilize people.
Yeah, so in like the center of town, there's kind of like a general goods market where there's a whole bunch of like different tents and vendors of all sorts of things. Like as you know of Saltmarsh, when you first came in, I think somebody had mentioned to you guys in like our first session that there was some stalls, like there's a lot of like fish stalls, like the fish market and things like that. But you can also find several other smaller shops that have leather goods and a small blacksmith shop and things like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for a general goods store. May need some other small things to help for our next adventure.
Do some shopping.
Yeah, I need to go shopping as well.
I'm gonna go.
All right, so after breakfast, we all gonna go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with. I don't really need to buy anything. I'm just gonna keep an eye on everyone and see if we're getting followed.
Followed? Why would we be followed?
Because we just disrupted a smuggler's den and then talked about it openly in a bar. So I'm
Smuggler's den? We're looking for vampires.
There's no such thing as vampires.
There's no such thing as smugglers. It's just people looking to get rich.
I mean,
Which
by that definition, we're smugglers.
Indeed. I laugh.
All right, so I'm gonna
Just
put you guys over in a different map just so you can see the little town map here.
I'm taking a couple more slugs in my bottom. Stumbling down the street.
Alright, so are you guys all leaving, or Hector, are you kind of like just staying back, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay back a little bit so I can keep an eye on everyone, but it's like kind of last one out.
Okay, so yeah, right now you guys are currently at that building that I just pinged. You kind of walk out, and it's kind of like mid-morning. So when you walk out, like directly in front of you, you see the ships, bunch of ships like at the docks, and workers scurrying back and forth, unloading things. And this is to the west. But you can hear the sound of people down the street to your north. And there's a market district is kind of like on the side streets behind the bar. And actually, I think, let me see, down the street. Okay, yeah. Right across the street, you can actually see this brightly colored tents and stuff. You can see there's some sort of market vendors right at the docks themselves.
I'm gonna like walk out of the door, take a nice big deep breath in of the fresh fish air, like I normally do when I come out of the bar, and just saunter over like I've lived here forever, and walk over to the tents.
Okay. Yeah, so you walk over, and like the first thing you see like these large wooden crates, just full of fish, and people coming over, fishermen, and they're just putting all these crates after crates of fish, and there's people all over like coming over there. They're smelling and inspecting the fish, and you can see money constantly changing hands in this area.
Would I know where the actual general goods store is here?
Go ahead and
Seeing how I've been here for a couple weeks.
Yeah, do a perception check with advantage. Okay, so after being here, you know exactly where like the perfect stall is, that you know somebody that seems reasonable, isn't trying to rip anybody off. So you kind of like weave your way through the crowd a little bit, and you come to this little vendor right near the edge of the water. This guy that you know if his name is Randolph. And as you approach the tent, you see him kind of hunched over, and he's got this stand in front of him, and he's got all sorts of small crates. He's got a few crates of fish, but like in the back of his stall, you see like different things hanging. There's backpacks and tents and like some adventuring sort of gear that you would see.
Oh, Randolph.
Yeah, he looks up and he's like, good morning. Good morning.
Still got that cough, huh?
Yeah, I think I caught something. I'd be a little cautious if I were you. And he just kind of like coughs right in your face.
Like, shy back a hair. You got any, what are they, med kits?
Med kits. Yeah, we do. We do have 2 of those. My partner, he collected these from some guy. Where did he say he was from? I forget. Actually, now that I remember, I don't even know where my partner is anymore. You see him like kind of wipe his face.
Sure, he's not. Sure, you didn't kill him with whatever you got.
Kill him,
Jesus.
but he's my partner. Why would I hurt him? This is fine. This is just a cold.
Mm.
And he's standing there, and there's like a little bit of like spittle, like kind of like all over the side of his beard.
Well, how much for the med kits?
Oh, the med kits are the price that you could find them in the player's handbook. He's got 2. I don't know how many you guys want to buy, but
One second. I'll look for it when you find out what everyone else is doing.
yeah, I got it right here.
What's it under? Tools? For trade goods.
Are they called a med kit or is it called something else?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna look.
I can't
We
remember.
definitely know it's not a ration.
Rations don't heal you. Usually, Josh is good at remembering these sort of things, so of course he had to walk away.
Just know them as med kits.
Yeah, like the stabilizer
Healer's kit.
The healer's kit, yeah, so it's a healer's kit.
Yep.
Yeah. So they're
5 gold.
5
key.
gold, yeah.
Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, I'll take 2.
So he grabs the 2 of them and he goes to hands and he coughs on them as he hands them over to you.
Well, before I handed him the money, I was like, maybe cut me a deal for 2 and a little bit of disease.
Disease? It's just a cold. There, and he pulls up his like nasty looking shirt. It's got holes in it, and it's got like slime and dirt all over it. And he kind of wipes off the kit. It's fine. It's fine. See?
What about 8 gold?
All right, do a persuasion check. 8 sounds reasonable. Times are tough. I'll take it. So
Thank you.
he hands them to you, both to you, for 8 gold.
Thank you. Hope you get better, and hope you
I'm
find
fine.
your partner.
Yeah, if you see him, let me know. I'm worried about him.
Well, if you see him, tell him I said good luck.
Do you want to know his name? How are you gonna look for him?
Well, was I supposed to look for him?
Well, you said if you see him, you could call out.
Well, I
You know,
guess-
if you walked around the market, you could call out his name.
I mean, how
you'd find him
long? How
for me.
long has he been missing for?
At least a couple days.
Oh, well, that's a lot different than maybe I just thought he was sick and in bed.
Oh no, we live
You
on
don't
this,
sound very well.
we live on this ship over here. And he kind of points over his shoulder at this little ship that's kind of like mooring out in the harbor there.
Rowboat with a tarp over it.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, this is where we live. But Elias hasn't returned. I haven't seen him in a few days.
You know where he was last?
I don't know. I can't leave my stall and go looking for him. There's been an increase of crime lately. I'd hate for all my goods to be stolen.
Did he tell you he was going somewhere?
No, he just walked off. I assumed he was going
He
for a
just
drink.
up and
but
left.
He might have been going for a drink. I told him to stay away from some of those seedier taverns around here.
All right, well, I'll shout his name out along the docks.
That
I
would
guess.
probably help. His name is Elias.
Elias. Does he have a last name?
Sorry, what was that?
I like step back as he did that. Knowing how gross I look, I just am looking at him even worse. I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, like you look dirty, but like then you look at him and he's like literally like in rags and
I look a lot cleaner than that guy. And when I'm stepping back, as I like step back, I'm like, and his last name. There may be more people called Elias.
I've never known his last name. I met him on the sea.
All right, well, if I see an Elias, maybe I'll send him your way.
Well, you shouldn't have too much trouble finding him. He looks similar to me, but his beard is slightly longer, a little more gray. His clothes are fairly clean. Fairly clean. Excuse me.
Like cleaner than you, or cleaner as in what I look like?
Oh, definitely cleaner than the two of us.
Is he looking
so
fancy?
he's really clean.
Personally, I think he might have been skimming from the top, but I wouldn't say that to him. Please don't say that to him if you find him. I do care about his well-being.
I'll keep an eye out.
What's in it for us?
What's in it for you? For you, dwarf? Just the gratitude of helping a friend. Well, we're all friends here in Saltmarsh, right? Eh?
I guess so, but what's stopping Megler from just taking all your stuff right now?
And he kind of looks over at this mute half orc standing there. I've tangled with scarier looking thugs than the likes of him.
As you said that, I coughed the way he was coughing, like trying to mimic him
Oh, sorry, friend.
and be like real gross.
Did you catch what I have? I'm terribly sorry.
Maybe.
Stay away from me, Bob.
I go and clap my hand. I just coughed all over. I'm Megler. It'll be okay.
shove
As
Voss.
I'm doing that, I'm like wiping my hand on him. It'll be okay.
I shove Voss away.
What? It's fine.
It's not contagious, I swear.
Anyone else need anything? I've been here taking up this gentleman's time.
Oh, this is
Hop in
nice.
here, guys.
It's been nice. It's been nice to talk to somebody who lives among the people like myself.
Yeah, I live over there. I show him like the corner of a house. I lived over there, and I show another like alley. If you walk down that road, I've lived over there.
Oh, nice. I've frequented some of these places. I've slept over there, and he points at one of the docks, but now I must be extra vigilant with Elias gone and all. You never know. Bandits are everywhere. He kind of looks around. He looks at all his stuff and checks all your hands nonchalantly, like making sure nobody's pickpocketing anything.
All right. Well, if anyone else needs anything, I'm gonna be over here. And I like point at one of the other tents, just randomly browsing stuff.
I'd like to get a sense of what stalls are around and what exactly each one has.
All right, so well, you don't have to do any checks or anything, but from where you're standing, you can kind of like look around and you see the lay of the land. You see there's several like fish vendors and fruit and a lot of food, but a couple stalls down, you do see like a leather working worker's stall. She has like leather armor and boots and things like up on this stand. A couple racks with leather hanging off of these like mannequins. That's it. So this is like the general goods, and you see her stall. Yeah, then there's several like fish stalls and fishermen. There's another booth at the very end. You see this kind of booth down there. It's not really a stall. It's literally like a bench, and there's a couple like tough-looking dudes standing there. A couple like thugs. They're kind of cross-armed. From where you're standing, you can see like they're kind of bald, and they look like they're kind of weathered. Like they look like a couple of ruffians.
All right. I'll wander over to see what the leather guy has. Girl. Is it male or female?
Female. So as you get closer, you can see this young human girl, long dark black hair, and she looks right up at you, and she admires your own leathers as you walk closer. She's like, "Oh, those are beautiful. A little dark for my taste." And she kind of points over at some of her stuff. She has this like very brightly colored, like almost orange and like yellow, like these dyed leathers that look really nice, and some stuff that kind of looks almost exotic in nature. Like just from afar, you can see like it's very eye-catching, these leathers.
So I'm thinking in my head they'll be terrible to stealth in.
Basically, yeah. To you, you're like, okay, this is kind of a joke.
So disadvantage on stealth checks as long as I'm wearing them.
But
No, that's fine.
advantage on charisma checks.
Ooh. For when you get caught because you were bad at stealth.
Yes.
right.
So anyway, so as you walk up, she admires your attire and kind of shows you this is what I've got. Various items. Is anybody going with Vitoris, or is this just Vitoris on his own?
As I see the leathers, I'm gonna walk up and stop holding back because I also would want to see what she's got.
Okay, so as you walk up, you do see some of this leather, some of these like skins, like they're like animal skins, and they look very peculiar. Like they're not like generic, like this is a deer skin or this or that. Like this tanned leather looks like there's some stuff that's like some pretty hardy looking creatures, almost like some wild creatures or like fey sort of creatures. And she says to you, I see you eyeing some of my specialty stuff. I do like to collect leather from any sort of exotic creatures. I do pay good money for any skins that people bring me.
Is there a place around here? What exotic creatures are located? Do you import?
There is a strange druid I know of that lives up in the forest just to the east of here, and he's kind of the guardian of the forest, and he kind of lets people know when any creatures from the Hool Marshes or from the Deadwoods have come close to this area, and it's been a good hunting ground. I've had several people come and bring me different exotic skins. I'll pay 100 gold per skin.
Definitely have to keep that in mind. Do you have anything that's not as brightly colored?
Yeah, then she kind of like shows you the stuff in the very close vicinity of like the stand in front of you, and you see a couple of sets of beautifully handcrafted leather gloves and some like beautifully embroidered boots. They're definitely like a duller in color. These are more generic, just leathers, complete sets of leather armor, some studded leather. And she says, I have stuff for combat and this fancier stuff here for special occasions.
I don't really go to special occasions too often. Is it just regular leather, studded? What is it?
She has both. There's some studded leather and some regular leather armor. She points over and this is an item that I sell a lot of these. Maybe you'd be interested in it. It kind of looks like a leather fanny pack, and she kind of like holds it up and kind of like sizes it up to you, Vitoris, and like, leans over. She's like, "This might look very nice on you."
I'll pass. I got a pouch that'll fit some stuff.
But think about how much you could fit in here. Gold, darts, playing cards. I don't know, whatever suits your fancy. You look like a mysterious sort of gentleman. Maybe you could fill this full of daggers and, a surprise dagger fanny pack. I don't know.
I'm good.
Are you sure? I mean, this is a great piece. I put a lot of work into this. It's only 10 gold.
I'll pass. Does she have any like bows or crossbows or anything like that, or is it just armor?
Yeah. So you kind of look around and you don't see any weapons of any sort.
Gotcha.
Does she have any brighter of the colored studded leather armor?
Any bright colored studded leather armor? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
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 So you look at it and there's some stuff it's almost that kind of looks like a very bright green color, like almost like a lime green armor with small spikes like along the shoulder pads of it.
How much for that set of studded?
So it's only going to be slightly more than your regular studded leather. This leather is excellent for like hiding in swamps or things like that. Somebody like yourself, you might really like something like this. So it's only 60 gold. So it might help get you some sort of advantage in cover in swampy areas.
I really like the way it looks, but I don't quite have enough money for that. If I ever find those pelts you were asking for, I might come back for a trade on that though.
I'm always here. Especially on Wednesdays, I have 2-for-1 specials. Then how about one of these fanny packs? Would you care for this? And she kind of tries to lean a little bit closer to size you up. Huh?
Is it relatively small or is it pretty big?
It's a decent size. It's like a straight up like fanny pack. It's got a little tie in the back.
If you could make me more like a shoulder bag, it's a little bit smaller.
And she says, "Well, wait. I could rig up some sort of merce for you or something like that, like maybe more of a satchel." And she kind of looks around. Let me see. And she starts looking through her stuff and kind of looks back quick and make sure you guys are on the up and up. And she goes back under the counter and she pulls up a couple other smaller bags, leather satchel sort of things.
Yeah, that looks like it'll work just fine. You said it was 10?
Yeah, I could give this for 10.
Works for me.
We have several different colors of these, and she holds up just like your typical like tanned brown, and then there's one that's almost got like a bluish tint to it.
Yeah, I'll take that blue one.
Oh, fine choice, sir. So she hands you this. Very well. I mean, these are like really exquisite looking items. I mean, this does look nice. It's like all custom embroidered and stitched. It's definitely fancy looking.
Look around too and see if anybody's selling like any like shark teeth or anything like that. I can craft into like a dagger or something later.
All right. Go ahead and do a perception check too.
So does that shoulder thing replace his backpack?
No, he just has an extra little sack he can.
Fanny pack.
Yeah, it's like a merce. He could carry some stuff in. Maybe for like easier access to pull out rather than going through your backpack.
Or hold darts or whatnot.
So Hector, yeah, you kind of look around and you do see a couple stalls down that do have actual sharks for sale. They're dead. They're not alive. They're for eating or whatever you do with a dead shark.
You've got to grapple it to death.
Yes, you can bring it home and put it in like a fish tank or something.
Yeah, I'll walk over to them and see. Are they pretty big or are they relatively small?
Oh, they're relatively small. They're like these small black tip reef sharks, those little guys, but they still have sharp little teeth on them. Maybe not like great white size that maybe you're kind of thinking that you could make a dagger out of, but this would probably make like a really badass necklace.
Or arrow tips.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I might do some. I don't have a bow though, so it's not gonna do me a ton of good. I'll ask him. Yeah, I'll ask him what do you want, if he has any teeth, or what he wants for like a set of teeth.
Oh,
like 20 teeth.
So if you go over to this guy, there's this like really big fat guy, and he's standing there, like, whoa. Teeth? I don't just sell the teeth. What would I do with the rest of this carcass?
I imagine the same thing you'd do if it didn't have teeth.
Here, 1 gold. You can have this whole shark. And he just picks up this shark and he just slams it down on the table.
Okay, I guess I'll have a shark.
Oh, excellent, my friend.
Put it in your shoulder bag.
Yeah, I'm actually just slinging it over the other shoulder now. And
So the shark does have like 20 teeth in its mouth, and they're all like, you like stick your hand in there, and they're like razor sharp little teeth.
Nice. All right, I'll just pay him for the shark and meet back up with with the Taurus.
Slap the shark over your shoulder, and you're walking through the market.
I'm just gonna look at him, look at the shark, look at him, look at the shark, and then just shrug my shoulders.
You guys wanted to go shopping.
I was like, how much for not bright colored studded leather?
So that's 50 gold.
Little pricey for me, but much like my shark friend here said, We might have to do some hunting if we're out and about.
I might cologne you.
I'm sure Yuri will spot you.
Well, I also have to buy crossbow bolts. So, and
Well.
Yuri is currently standing there catching the plague.
he's still over there with Voss.
Do you happen to have crossbow bolts?
You're saying that to the girl?
Or maybe she's got it in like a barrel back there or something.
Yeah, she says, "Oh, sorry, sir. I don't carry any weapons."
Do you know who does?
There's a blacksmith in town. It's a mother and her son. Very nice people. They might be able to help you out. And she points. It's
Could
kind
you
of
give me directions?
It's kind of on yonder, and she tells you it's down the street a little bit. It's called the Dwarven Anvil. And she kind of, because you guys are right here. Oh, that's not the clicker. Yeah, so
Right in there, right?
you guys are like right here, like towards the middle, and she kind of points down the street.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Over in this direction now. Yeah, so just
All right,
just follow the street. You can't miss it.
Guess I'll ask Hector. You want to go to the blacksmith, or you want to do your shark? Whatever you plan on doing with that. Is that dinner?
Yeah, I mean it's dinner. It's some leather. It's some arrow tips. It's a whole lot.
It's everything. It's a shark.
Studded leather. Studded shark leathers with their teeth for the spikes.
That could be kind of cool. Actually, the leather I'm wearing now is made out of shark hide, but it's just regular. Like it's basically just like an arm, like one arm covering and like a little bit of chest strap.
All right. Well, I'll thank her for her time and inform her. I was like, I will definitely be back once I have more coin on me.
Oh, thank you, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day to you as well. And then I'm going to start wandering down the street looking for the Dwarven Anvil.
Okay, so Yuri, Voss, Meglar, what are you guys doing?
I just
Waiting for the bell to ring.
I just lean over and take a big smell of the leather lady's hair.
She kind of creepily just looks at you and she's like, are you planning on buying something, sir? And kind of like looks awkwardly down at you.
I just ignore her and turn around and start stumbling away.
So Meglar, you're kind of standing in the streets, and you notice there's not a whole lot of like orc-looking people around. And so some of them are paying you no mind, but there's some of them you can tell like they kind of like double look. They kind of look up at you and they kind of like steer around you a little bit. Here's this large green-skinned man with shredded clothes on, standing in the middle of this busy market, and you do kind of stand out a little bit.
Jeez. What are these guys fearing me for?
Psst, I think it's because you're an orc.
Ugly orc.
Orc!
Isn't that what you are?
Yeah.
Oh, why'd you sound so confused?
So? I was born with orcs.
Well, maybe they just haven't seen one.
See you later.
Yes? Hey, are you
When
here
was the
for a
last time
fanny
an
pack
orc-
too?
When was the last time an orc's been around here?
Well, I haven't met very many orcs in my time, but I'd say you're very interesting and very muscular.
Well, what do you got?
I've got leathers.
What do you got
Boots.
for... Give me some boots.
You know you have to pay for them, right?
How much for the boots?
10 gold, sir.
Fuck off.
Okay. So at that point, she kind of looks over and over to like to her right, and you kind of like follow her eyes as she's looking over, and you see two guards standing there, and they're wearing their typical like white outfits. They have these large black griffin symbol on them. This is the Keeland guards, and she kind of looks over, and you almost see her like maybe she's thinking about like calling them over. She's a little feared of what you might do. Well, have a good day, sir.
Yeah, I'm not here to hurt. I ain't here to hurt you, lady.
Okay.
That's this little dwarf.
So start
That's what this
turning and
little
walking
dwarf here is for.
away.
Yeah, she watches as that was happening. The Yuri kind of stumbles down through the crowd. He's kind of bounces off a couple people, and a couple people look down at him. They're like, can't believe this like half drunk dwarf is just stumbling around the crowd. All before lunch.
I'm looking for something to eat. I'm thinking about eating Hector's shark.
All right, so I'm assuming you guys are catching up to Vitoris and Hector.
Yes.
All right, so Vitoris and Hector, you guys start making your way down the street, and you do come down this alleyway, and yeah, just up ahead at this small gray structure. It's got a little roof over it. It's an open building. You can see the fire pit from there, and the forge, and you can hear the clanging of iron being worked on an anvil.
Is the door open?
There is no door. It's like an open like barn sort of thing.
Gotcha. Alright, well, I'm gonna walk in and take a look around.
Yeah, so as you walk in, you see this young man. His like muscles are bulging, and he's covered in sweat, and he's just like banging on this sword, and he kind of looks up and looks at you and does a nod and goes back to like working this sword and plunges it down back into the forge again to get it hot, and then he calls over. He goes, "Hey, mother, we have customers." And you see this kind of elderly woman walk out. Her skin is very very dark, and you can see like as she approaches you, her hands are kind of like very very worn. These are like definitely some working woman's hands. You can tell like that she herself, obviously you can tell that she's been working with her hands her whole life. So she definitely looks like grimy, and she herself has put herself through hell working in this blacksmith shop. So she walks up to you and she says, "What can I do for you? Welcome to the Dwarven Anvil."
I'm assuming they're dwarves.
No, she's a human, and so is her son.
Interesting name for your shop you have.
Yes, this was once a dwarf's shop before we took it over.
Alright. I assume they have like stuff hanging on the walls and stuff.
Yeah, there's weapons and stuff hanging on the walls, and Yuri, you can actually happen to look up and something catches your eye. You see a small statue, kind of like up in the corner. I guess I shouldn't say small. It's probably about like a foot high. It's a statue that you know of. It's the statue of Mordan, the dwarven god of the forge, and you can see that it's not in very good shape. It's like kind of all like weathered, and it's kind of like his arm is broken off, and it looks like it's been in some state of neglect for obviously a few years. But other than that, the rest of you guys kind of all look around. And you see though, there's various swords, a few shields, and all sorts of beautifully crafted steel swords and weapons around.
Would you happen to have crossbow bolts?
Yeah, it's crossbow bolts. And she kind of leans over her shoulder and points. She's like, "Oh, we have quite a nice selection over here. Go help yourself. Take a look." And you see this large bin with all these arrows and crossbow bolts up on a shelf. All that sort of pointy stuff that you could want.
I like pointy things. I'm gonna walk over there and take a look. How many are there?
So there's probably I think crossbow bolts, they come in like don't they come in like packs of like 10 or 20? Oh yeah, bolts come in 20. So yeah, she's probably got like a good 60 or 80 bolts just like stacked up.
All right, I will grab all of the crossbow bolts.
Okay, so I'll give you 80 crossbow bolts. They're 1 gold for 20, so 4 gold and they're all yours.
I will pay her 4 gold for them.
And so at that point, she kind of yells over to her son. What was his name? Jasker. She's like, "Jasker, we're gonna have to make some more bolts." And he just looks up. He's like, "Yes, mother, yes." And he finishes up the blade that he's working on, and he puts it in a pile where he's gonna eventually work on the hilts and the handles. And he stops what he's doing, and he goes over and he pulls out his molds for crossbow bolts.
Do you guys buy equipment?
We're not in the business of buying. Sorry, sir. Business is usually pretty well, but we do all this crafting on our own. No need to buy.
All right.
Anything else you're interested in? And she points up at the wall at several crossbows up there, and they look like they're in good shape, but you can tell like they've been there a while.
Any hand crossbows?
No, there's no hand crossbow. She has like a heavy crossbow and like the what's the other one? The light crossbow.
Heavy and light,
Yeah.
and then hand. I think those are the only 3.
Yeah, like the heavy and the light, just like the regular crossbows, not like the little mini ones. But yeah,
Yeah,
even those like they're really nice. You can tell like they're like well handcrafted, but they're kind of dusty and they've been there.
No, this one's. I guess it's slung over my back. I pat it. I'm like, this one's done me fine till now. Are there any short swords?
Oh, short swords, nice. So first she looks at your crossbow and she's like, "Oh, very excellent craftsmanship here. That's something we don't make a lot of here, crossbows, but short swords now that we do have." And hanging on the wall behind her is at least a dozen short swords.
All right, I guess I'll peruse them and find one to my liking. Are they all the same?
Yeah, pretty much all the same. Like some of them have different style hilts and stuff on them, like a little bit different. They're kind of like not like really like fancy, but you can tell like this song.
Yeah.
He tries to put his artistic flair on some of them, so some of them look a little bit fancier than the others, and the pommels on some of them are a little bit different shaped. You see a couple of them have like a spike on the end of it, and some that have just like a regular ball.
He's not literally doing the same exact thing.
Yeah, he's trying to like be creative as he can, but like you can tell he's like, "Yes, mother, more swords," and he's just working his balls off.
One with the most artistic flair.
So she's very nice, and she comes up and she pulls it down and hands it over to you, hands you the handle.
Get a feel for the weight and the balance. And then, how much will this be?
That's 10 gold.
I'll give her 10 gold.
Thank you, sir. She bows. So yeah, you can describe this this short sword if you'd like. Anything fancy that he made for you?
Well, I wasn't if I had to guess anything, it's just a short sword with the standard cross guard and a pommel. Maybe the cross guard is in the shape of waves, seeing as how this is a port town known for fish,
I like it.
and maybe with a fish head on the pommel for the pommel.
That's sweet.
And then I just went with the artistic one, 'cause he's obviously trying to. That seems to be more his passion as opposed to hers, so maybe it'll give him a little boost.
Nice. It's nice. It's nice seeing people come in and take interest in our wares. I'm sure these swords will do you well. They're very, very strong steel.
Do you have a small set of tongs, like a little handheld sized tongs?
Yeah. So you kind of look over and answer your own question. You see, like on their bench, like there's a whole bunch of tongs. You can tell, like they're not for sale. They're the ones that like they use all the time. We do. They're not quite for sale, but I guess if you could make us an offer, we could always make more.
Yeah, I'm looking for something a little smaller than what you use for like blacksmith tongs. I'm looking for like real small, just handheld ones, maybe with like some serrated jaws on them. I could give you, I don't know, 2 gold.
So something like that. We could make something like that. So, Jasker, did you hear the gentleman? Yes, mother. So he stops working on the crossbow bolts, and then he starts making you up some tongs. She says it'll probably take probably about 20 minutes.
Okay.
What are the rest of you guys doing?
Just sitting outside, enjoying the air, swigging on my gourd.
What's the depth of the water by the docks?
Deep. Yeah, so
Okay.
you can tell like that there's some large ships near the dock, so the water's gotta be pretty deep.
I mean, I wasn't expecting like it's 80 feet, 82.5 feet, but you were just like, it's deep.
It's deep. I mean, I don't know if like
All right.
what you're planning. I don't know if you're planning on just like wading in the water, but like just by judging that like there's large ships that can pull up to the dock, so you know that their holes are fairly deep. So the water's got to be at least a good 10 feet deep.
I was planning on doing some fishing, catching a fish for myself.
Do you have a fishing pole?
I got a jab.
In the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, if you want to, you can certainly try.
Okay.
So is that what's going on here? You're gonna go fishing?
Yep, I'm going fishing.
Okay, so go ahead and tell me what.
Unless, is there a... before I go. You know if there's a shop around here where I could get a fishing pole?
So she points back. So back in the market there's all sorts of fishermen. I'm sure you can find a fishing pole there.
Okay, that's where I'm going first. Whereabouts, anyway?
All right. Well,
Here?
we'll come back to you. So like back in the market where you were trying to mess with that lady.
Mm-hmm.
So are you guys hearing like echoes of me right now?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know who's got like their.
It's Mike. I just sent him a message.
Oh.
God damn it, Yuri.
So he's just sitting there with his push to talk pushed, so everything coming out of his speakers is also going in
That's
his
what I was
mic.
wondering if somebody's too close to their speakers or whatever.
What happened?
You didn't realize he was doing it.
It's like, oh shit.
You must have been
I don't
having your
hear
push talk on. So that's because it's reverb. When someone talks, it was your mic was cueing and saying it again.
Yeah, I was hearing
And now it's
myself
not.
in your mic. Yeah, no, I'm not though.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're good. So Meglar was gonna go looking for a fishing pole, right? So what are the rest of you guys doing while Meglar goes back shopping? It's gonna take him a minute to walk back to the crowd. He's kind of looking around for fishing poles.
How long did they say this was going to take for this bell to ring?
Oh, he didn't.
He didn't say
He didn't
when.
specify.
Yeah, he didn't specify, but
I thought, did he say after lunch or something?
yeah. So I mean, it's like around lunchtime now. So I mean, you guys can assume, that it's gonna happen fairly soon.
Soonish.
Soonish, yeah.
Oh, I think the only thing I would want is some more oil for my lantern. But I'm assuming that's back by the general good, the guy dying of plague.
yeah. He'd have that sort of stuff.
I take a big
Just
deep
put your
breath.
COVID mask on. You'll be fine.
Actually, I'm like, hey, can I borrow your fanny pack for a second, Mister?
Sure.
Is that where Andrew's going back to General Goods for a fishing pole?
Yeah,
That was-
Meglar's headed back that way. You
Yep.
guys can go together.
I'm gonna go back with when I get close. I'm going to put the bag in front of my face. I don't know how.
I'm going to just wander the docks and just sit there,
I'm going to
waiting,
wait till I
biding
get.
my time, drinking out of my gourd.
No.
All right, so Meglar, you make your way back through town, and you get back to the stand where Randolph was, and he kind of looks up puzzled to see you guys again, and then he looks even more puzzled that Vitoris is walking with a fanny pack around his face. He's like, "You guys need something?" Excuse me.
You should
Gonna get a fishing pole.
You should see a healer.
Oh, why? Is there something wrong with me?
From the sounds of it, yes.
It's just a cold. Sometimes when you live out here on the sea air gets in your lungs and it acts up your respiratory system like this.
Right.
I'm fine, really.
If I run across a priest, I'll see if he's willing to come this way.
Fishing pole, huh? And he kind of like wipes his nose and his face, and he's looking around. He's like touching everything in his stall, and oh yeah, here. And he pulls out this fishing pole, and it's actually like he goes to hand it to Meglar, but like the tip of it like breaks off, and he's like, but it could be fixed. I gave you a really good deal on it, though.
What's the deal?
Oh, okay. 3 gold.
Deal.
Here you go. So we hand you the broken fishing pole for 3 gold.
All right. Was there a place I could go to get it fixed?
Maybe? You can do a perception check.
Okay.
See if you can look around for a fishing pole repair shop.
Might be able to just ask any of the fishermen.
point. Where are the fishermen around here?
Oh, fishermen, they're everywhere, and you kind of like look around, and yeah, there's literally like everybody walking around you. There's like probably 100 fishermen everywhere.
Okay, I'm gonna go up to one of the fishermen and ask them, we're gonna get this repaired.
It's so you walk up to the first guy you see, and it's this guy. He's a human guy, and he looks up and he goes, "Ah, fuck off, pirate!" And he kind of brushes you aside, and he keeps on walking.
Jeez, fuck you too. Alright, so I'm gonna roll. Can I still roll for perception?
Sure.
Perception?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So
Jeez.
you're standing literally in the middle of all these people for like a good 5 minutes, just like puzzled and like looking around, and you have no idea where to go.
Okay. So, next fisherman then.
So it's another minute walks by, and you see this other guy walking down the docks, and he's carrying this like big old crate of fish. You see their tails. Some of them still kind of like alive, and they're kind of flipping out of the box, and he's kind of like walking towards you. Oh, out of the way!
Hey, buddy, we're gonna get my fishing pole repaired.
He stops for a minute. He goes, well, I don't know, but if you ask any fishermen, they could probably fix it up for you. I gotta go. And he struggles with this box, and he keeps on walking past you, and you see him kind of trail off down the down the market.
Meglar stops him and says, "Can you fix it?"
I'm a little busy right now. Does it look like I could fix your bloody fishing pole?
Yes,
Pirates.
you can.
And he kind of walks off and ignores you.
I'm actually gonna grab for him and just throw him right into the pond.
Okay, so as you go ahead and grab him, do a strength check or like a athletics check.
All right. Which one, athletics or strength?
Do athletics. You're good at that, so that should work.
Shit being the keyword.
2.
You got to get higher than 16.
Maglar, come on now.
19.
Nice. So yeah, so even this big burly fisherman, you grab a hold of him, and as soon as you do that, he drops the fish on his foot. He screams, and you grab a hold of his shoulder, and you just launch him like out towards the water, and he kind of falls off the pier and into the water with this huge splash. And that point, you see those guards that were kind of near the stall. They look over and they start heading your way.
Uh-oh. What has Meglar done?
So these two guards
Can I
they
help
come
you
walking
guys?
over to you, and you see both of them. They both they have their hands like on their swords at the ready, and they come over. What's the meaning of this, citizen? Are you
Well,
causing
all I
trouble in
asked
our
him to
town?
do
We
was
don't
fix my fishing
appreciate
pole.
this. Fix your fishing pole. Explain. You have 3 seconds.
Well, I tried to ask him ask him if he could fix it for me, but he just gave me a shove, so I decided to grab him and throw him in the pond.
Wait a minute. He gave you a
Self-defense.
He did it first.
Self-defense.
All right, do a persuasion
He did
check.
it first.
Do a persuasion check for these guys. Okay. Stand down, boys. And They let go of their swords and are like, well, seeing as it was self-defense, carry on, sir. Don't cause any more trouble, though. And they leave you be and they walk away back into the crowd.
So I'm gonna go up to this guy that's probably still in the river.
Yeah, he's pissed.
I'll get you out, but you gotta fix my pole.
Okay. So go ahead and do a persuasion check again with advantage. So yeah, just roll a persuasion check.
All right.
Okay, so he kind of sighs and he's like kind of wading water. He's like, I suppose I could help you, but you're gonna have to pay for the fish that you just ruined.
All right, I guess it's a deal. How much were those fish?
Well, that whole crate is probably ruined, as seeing as how they're all on the ground now. So that's 4 gold.
How about this? Why don't I start a tab with you? I'll at least catch a few of them. The first one are yours.
I don't need you to catch my fish. I'm a fisherman. So he at this point he turns around and he starts like swimming away from you, like towards a ship that's also docked out here.
All right, 4 gold.
You hear him yell back, "Fuck you, buddy!" And he swims off.
Oh, get
Oh
that
boy.
javelin out.
I'm literally sitting there laughing and drinking, watching this spectacle.
As is probably like 10 other people kind of all standing around watching this whole scene unfold.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna leave this guy.
All right, so yeah, he swims off, and now you're still standing there at the edge of the water with a broken fishing pole in one hand, and just tears of defeat kind of welling up in your eyes. All right, so and also at this point, it's probably been another 10, 15 minutes, and Jasker finishes up the tongs quicker than you thought, Hector, and he kind of brings them over to you, and they're still a little hot, and he holds them up. Are these to your liking? They're small, and they have like serrated edges to them, and
Yeah, this would be perfect. Thank you very much.
so yeah, 1 gold, and he hands them off.
Pay him and head back towards. Is Vittoria still around, or did he go off with everybody else?
I'm in the general store with the bag over my face.
The fanny
I
pack in his
forgot.
face.
I can go back, meet back up with everyone.
You wouldn't have to have some oil flasks, would you, good sir?
So he kind of looks around. Oil flask. Oil. Let me see. Oh, yeah, we do have oil. We have oil and lanterns. How many lanterns do you need?
I have a lantern. I just need oil.
Are you sure? I have like 5 lanterns here.
I'm good on the lanterns. Just need the oil.
I got these lanterns real cheap from these guys. They cut me a really good deal, and I'm like, are you sure you're not interested in any lanterns?
I have no use for more than 1 lantern.
Okay. Well,
It's all muffled because I'm talking from behind the fanny pack.
yeah. And he's leaning closer, and he starts like coughing on your fanny pack as he's trying to hear you from
My
behind
fanny pack. I wouldn't say it's my fanny pack.
Hector's fanny pack. So
No, I just need the oil here.
just the oil. Ah, yes. Fine. Then it is. Fine it is. So he turns around and he grabs the oil, and he's got like he pulls up this little crate and he sticks it up on the counter. It's got all these small little flasks of oil in there. How many do you need?
How much are they?
Well, they're 2 silver each, so he's got about a dozen of them in there. I got these really good deal from these guys, guys that I know. They're really good deal. Let me just say they came quick, and I'd like to unload these quick too. So maybe you want to buy the whole case of them.
No, I'll buy 5 of them.
Huh?
Or do I get a discount for the whole case
No, only 2 for 1s on Wednesdays.
today?
So he gives you the 5. 10 silver.
What is today? Because I keep hearing about this 2 for 1.
Well, today's Friday.
All right. Thank you, good sir.
I don't know if that's actually what the days of the week are called in
They're
D&D
probably
lore, but
some weird long name that
Right.
none of us will ever remember.
Day of the Sun and Fire's Day.
Yeah, it's something like that. So it's Friday. I'm fine with that.
Perfect.
As soon as I get 10 feet away from him, I'm going to get the fanny pack from away from my mouth. And then I'm immediately going to go find Hector, hold it out like 2 fingers and be like, you might want to wash this or bless it or something.
Okay, so who we leave? So Yuri, we haven't heard what you're doing. You're still in the blacksmith's place, the Dwarven Anvil.
I'm just looking around and point up and ask the lady how much she wants for that beat up old statue.
Oh, that beat up old statue. You know what? If you like it, you can have it. We don't have any need for these sort of things, so here, you can just take it. And I can't reach it though, so somebody else is gonna have to. And you kind of look up, and being a dwarf, it's kind of out of your reach as well.
Is there anything sitting around that I could knock it off the shelf with?
So you look around and without having to make a roll or anything, you just see there's a broom that's kind of like leaning up against the wall. And you kind of eyeball it, and she looks over and she says, "Oh, yeah, great idea. Use the broom."
So I take the broom and I knock it off over towards the lady so she can catch it.
All right, do a dexterity roll, like acrobatics.
Acrobatics roll.
Yeah, acrobatics. Because this is still like, this thing is like 10 feet in the air. Okay, well, you get a 10. So this thing is like 10 foot. You're 4 foot, and the broom is like another 4 foot. So you kind of like reach and have to bang this statue off the rafter, and you manage to just catch it, and the thing falls, and it falls and it here thud right into the floor, into the dirt floor. But it doesn't seem any more broken than it already is. You pick it up, and it's this statue of Mordan, one of your gods, and like I said, it's in pretty bad disrepair. It's missing an arm, and it's all tarnished, and the whole thing is solid brass, but it sat for so long that it's almost turned to like a dark brown in color, and it's also covered with like flaking of this green wear from corrosion from the salt air.
Where'd you get this statue from?
Oh, well, it was here when we purchased this property, and I don't know. And it was here along with this forge, and it was kind of annoying. Growing up, I worked in this forge. I came to Saltmarsh years ago and started this career, and let me tell you, it's hard to be a human and working in a dwarven forge when everything is short. So, yeah, that's the story. That's my story. That's all I got.
especially when you guys are making junk steel.
Oh, sir, junk steel. Then at that point, Jasker stops what he's doing, and he kind of looks up, and he kind of like glints over at you, like gives you kind of like the side eye.
I look back at him and just grunt at him.
He stops what he's doing, and she's like, "Well, I suppose everybody has their opinion. It's okay, Jasker."
Damn right it's okay.
And he just goes back to work, and he kind of like shrugs his shoulders and gets back to finishing up those the tips for those crossbow bolts.
So then I just take the statue, put it in my backpack, and turn around and leave and start walking out the door.
Okay. So I'm assuming you're headed back towards where the rest of the party is.
I'm going back to meet up with
So at this point, Hector's standing there, and you're standing here in this very warm room, and obviously that shark. It's been a good half hour now, and that shark is starting to smell a little rancid.
I'm gonna see if I can't find some place that's a little secluded and get the teeth out of it. It's probably all I'm gonna have time to do on this sucker today.
Okay, yeah. So you dip down like behind one of the buildings, and there's an alleyway, and like as you walk down through these alleyways, they're already like riddled with like trash, and there's like vomit in a lot of spots, and there's a lot of fish bones, and you can tell like there's not a whole lot of cleanliness going on behind the scenes of Saltmarsh. So you dip down in this alleyway, and it takes you a couple of minutes, but you just rip all these teeth out and use your dagger, and you're kind of, I'm assuming you have a dagger, and you cut them all out and stick them in your pocket. Or no, you don't have your fanny pack. You stick them in your backpack.
Yeah, in the backpack for now, and then I'll cut this dude up into like thirds and throw him back in the water.
Use them for chum.
Yeah.
All right, so a couple more minutes goes by as you guys kind of all gather back into the middle of the town there. You guys kind of all circle back around Meglar, who's standing there with this dumb look on his face and a broken fishing pole in his hand. And all of a sudden you hear this loud as the horn signals for the city council meeting to start.
That must be the bell.
I just look over at Meglar and tell him he's a moron.
Poor Meglar.
At least I'm not a hairy little moron.
Why don't you go catch some fish with that nice fishing pole, Meglar?
I'm just chuckling at the two. I'm assuming I know where the building is.
The council?
Yeah.
I'd say we just follow the sound of the horn.
Yeah, you just heard the horns. You know that
It's
it's
awfully
like,
loud though, right?
yeah, that it's inland more. Back basically where you just were. You can tell us from this general area.
Do we have to go back and meet that guy?
Yeah. We gotta go to the council meeting, see what the deal is. See what Ander Sulamar wants.
Can we see him come out of the bar, or is he not around anymore?
Yeah, you guys don't notice him.
Is he already...
I believe he said he'd meet us there when the bell rang, horn rang.
Yeah, you guys can probably assume that basically that's where he would have been headed after the bar.
I'm gonna get up and do my normal slow kind of buzz saunter up that way.
Are we in the bar now?
And I think you guys are headed like around the market district, or maybe down through one of the alleyways towards where you heard the loud sound. So Vaz, as you kind of like make your way around there, you do see in the distance this large brick building, and peeking up from above all the tops of all the other buildings, you see this large cupola thing. Where you can see this large horn coming out of the top of it.
That must be it. And then I'll walk up to the building.
All right. So as you walk up to this building, outside the building, you see this this wooden platform with like 2 or 3 of these gallows that are sticking up and the nooses hanging there. Also, there's a few steps up to this. It's a large brick building. You see the massive horn sticking out, and there's a banner that hangs over the door, and it also bears the flag of the King of Keeland. It's the griffin, the black griffin on a white backdrop. 2 guards stand at the door, both with spears and shields in their hands.
Good day. We're here to see the councilman.
Council meeting has started. If you would like entry, no weapons allowed, please. And they point over to a small alcove that's on the side of the building with a little table on it. The other guard looks over and he says, "Yep, please leave your weapons here before entry."
I just look at everyone. All right, boys, weapons here, and I start walking in. This is just my walking stick.
They kind of stop here. They put the spears across your path together, and they kind of look you over, and they're like, "Hi, you may enter." They open the spears, and the one guard reaches behind and he opens the door and pulls it open, and you see this massive chamber in front of you, Vaz. What are the rest of you guys doing before Vaz goes in?
I put my dagger in the bin and follow him.
Yeah, same thing. I put my axe down.
Yep.
Shake my head and walk in.
All right, so they all kind of do the same thing. Like they kind of do like a quick once over and make sure you're not like packing heat as you enter this place. And they allow you all to come in. And as soon as you come in, you come into this large chamber. And there's a long wooden table in front of you at the far end of this room. You can kind of see off to the distance. There's 4 small doors with little offices off to each side. At this long table directly ahead of you, you see 2 people sitting there. In the middle is this very elderly woman, very weathered face, gray hair. Next to her, you see Anders Saltmarsh, the guy that you had met earlier. And then standing next to the table is another gentleman, an older gentleman. He has a peg leg, and he's very broad shoulders and a nice trimmed mustache and a small beard. He stands there, just kind of nods at you as you all enter, and he stands and he has one hand on this great sword that's kind of like, or a long sword that's like kind of tucked into like a high waisted belt along his side, and he stands there very regal looking as you enter. And
I just nod at him.
So he nods, and Anders stands up and goes, "Oh, these are the guys I was just telling you about. Come forward." So as you guys start entering the room, the older lady, she speaks up and she tells you, "Oh, welcome to the council. Anders told me you had some interesting news. Before we begin, we are still waiting for our 3rd council member. So, if you don't mind, could you please just have a seat here?" And she kind of points down to a couple large benches that are in front of the table. "Please have a seat. We will begin our meeting shortly."
Nah, to them. I go around and when I sit down, I ask her name.
"Oh, I am Ida. Or Edda. We'll call her Edda. Edda Owland. I am leading council member, senior member of this council of Saltmarsh. I've been born and raised in Saltmarsh. And you have already met Anders, and we are waiting for our 3rd council member. This man down here," so she points down to the regal guy standing there. "This is Eleander Fireborn. He is the the captain of the guard here in Saltmarsh.
Ellie
How come he's allowed?
or Ellie?
Eliander, like Eliander.
And he's the head of the watch.
Yeah, head of the guard. Yep, captain of the guard.
What's his last name?
Fireborn. So Edda, she starts talking to Anders for a couple of minutes, and you guys have a minute to sit and talk amongst yourself before the meeting begins.
Lean over, I'm like, how the hell did that guy get that weapon in here? Thought there was no weapons allowed.
Probably because he's the one making sure there's no other weapons in here, so he has to have a weapon.
That's bullshit. Just saying.
Says the man with a walking stick.
Yeah, I give his. Well, hold on. Let me rephrase that. I give him a start.
I want to know how you were originally going to phrase it.
Yeah, let's hear that first.
What was that?
I think Hector was about to admire your stick.
That's what it sounded like.
Stop looking at my stick. What the fuck, Burf? I try to nonchalantly take a swig out of my gourd.
In the middle of the meeting.
How big is it?
How big is what? Sorry.
The gourd.
Oh, you're talking to Voss.
It's a good size. It's not like I'm chugging out of it. I just take small sips.
Is it a backpack? It covers the back.
You've never seen a gourd on a stick?
It's probably bigger than a
Well,
flask.
let me
I'm
get a
assuming.
picture for you. Holy shit.
I got Google too. Oh yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Well, I've also seen art where they're the size of a backpack.
No. It's like that little dangling gourd. Maybe
That hangs from the end of your stick.
Yeah, that fit maybe 2 or 3 pints of, strong brew. Yeah.
Well,
It's not like this giant fucking backpack of a
That's
gourd.
what I was thinking. I'm like, how big can you be with that?
No, that's why I was I filled it up, and then I would just take sips out of it, not sitting there chugging it. That's why I wanted really high powered stuff in there,
Just
so I could take small sips here
take
and
the
there.
edge off the day and help you get through it.
Yeah.
All right, so a couple of minutes goes by. You guys kind of get quiet for a minute, and it kind of gets this awkwardness because now you guys aren't talking, and either are the council members that you kind of all just start staring at each other for this awkward pause, like this elephant in the room. But then all of a sudden you hear the doors open again behind you, and in walks this other man. He's a tall man, well dressed. He has this big fancy hat on and a mustache that's one of those long mustaches that kind of point out to the sides, and a sharp goatee. He has one of these ruffly, piratey looking sort of shirts on, and a beautifully crafted jacket. It has purple pinstripes on it, and he has this large feather also in his hat, and he walks in very, very proper, and he's wearing these fancy looking shoes, and you hear them clicking and clacking as he walks across the marble floors. And sorry I'm late. I was busy attending matters of the preparations for this weekend's grand dinner. Oh, sorry, councilman. And as he walks by you guys, he looks down and nods too, and takes his seat at the other side of the other end of the table, on the other side of Edda. She says, "Oh, finally, better late than never, I suppose. This is Gellin Primewater, our third council member, also the wealthiest man in town." And he kind of looks over. He goes, "Oh, yes, guilty as charged." And so Edda says, "Okay, let's let's begin our meeting. So,
Did you say Galen?
yes, Galen.
Oh, hey, what's up?
And so he kind of looks over.
That was it.
How are you? And he tips his hat to you.
Doing pretty good.
So Edda says, typically our days revolve around small matters of concern, of cleanup and noise ordinance and things of this nature, trade disputes, and it's been fairly quiet. However, the reason why Enders has brought you here today is for the past several months we have had this growing problem. Smugglers have been bringing more and more goods pirated from the seas and selling them illegally in our town. And we have not found the base of their operations as of yet. But now, hearing this information of possibly smugglers holed up in this old mansion, which my idea was
vampires?
to tear this place down.
Say vampires.
But Galen here, he decided that that wouldn't be such a proper idea at one of our last meetings. And she kind of looks very like scowly, like at him, like I told you so. And he kind of like raises an eyebrow and he's like, yeah, okay, lady. She says, so, anyway, any information that you might have could be helpful in our investigation into finding these smugglers who we believe are working with the Sea Princes, the group of pirates that operate in this area that someday our amazing king here has decided that he would like to try to eradicate from this area. And she kind of like sarcastically talks about the king and kind of like rolls her eyes. And at that point, you see Eleander kind of like look over at her, kind of like not pleased at that comment that she said.
Little political infighting, it seems.
Hey, where'd you guys all go?
I'm here.
Hey.
Good, real quick.
I'm here.
Gotta reconnect. Must be I gotta reconnect to the server.
I just got a thing that says your connection to the server has been interrupted.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
Yeah,
still
I
in the
got
game.
it.
I'm
Yep.
the only one in there.
Yeah, I'm the only one in here. All right, let me reload.
Talking about Discord, and then all of a sudden that message popped up over the top, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Yep,
I'm alone.
I got that too.
Yeah, and roll 20.
I was just sitting in the game with nobody.
Where is everybody?
You're gonna have to refresh because
That's what I did.
Yeah.
well, it's me, Hector, Meglar, and the DM, and that's it.
All right. I saw everyone in there, but I'll redo it.
Oh, there we go.
Yep,
Nope,
everybody's
good
coming.
now. There we go. Now everyone's here.
Okay, that's better.
Oh, now I got disconnected.
What are you using? Your brother's internet?
No, it just now booted me.
Yeah, better late than never.
Got Walmart internet.
My brother does.
Every time he joins my game in Valheim. I'm not sure how he plays D&D on Saturdays.
Next, I think the voice works fine. It's just when he's trying to do other things.
Anything involving graphics.
Yeah.
All right, so I think
I'm
we're
loading.
all,
Please hold.
we're all back.
Yeah, we can keep going. I'm just loading.
Okay.
At least the voice didn't cut out.
I don't need to roll or do anything, so not yet at least.
Yeah. So let's see. What were we saying? So Edda was just talking about this smuggler operation. So she says, we've gotten a few leads on these smugglers and the Sea Princes. One of the lieutenants that run the smuggling operation is a very sly man that we cannot get our hands on. His name is San Belay. We have tried and tried, and here and there we get a lead, but so this is why we've brought you in. Any sort of information that you have that maybe it's just a coincidence, but we would like any help would be very grateful to helping our town.
Who's Sam Belay out of character?
So Sam Belay, she says, is this one of these leaders, like a lieutenant of the Sea Princes, this collection of pirate groups that are plaguing the seas and kind of causing trouble and crime in Saltmarsh.
I just look over at Alexander and blow him a kiss.
And he pretends like he doesn't see you, but like you see him blush a little bit.
So yeah, I don't know if we found some of your smugglers or not, but underneath that old abandoned house, there was some people moving some kind of cargo around. So it seems like potentially we can go investigate it further if you like.
So these Sea Princes, and while she says that, Andrew stands up and he interrupts her. He goes, "These people, the Sea Princes, they're a menace to the way of life. How will we ever expect to move forward and become a civilized society similar to that of the larger cities? We must wipe them out. You'll know them because they are these gritty pirate folks. They have all these symbols of these red cloths that you'll see them wearing, either a bandana or a sash. Here and there we will find them in the marketplace, but somehow they always end up evading our guards." And he kind of looks over at Eleander, kind of in disgust. And Eleander just, again, he pretends like he doesn't hear him. And he's like, yeah, don't know what you're talking about, bro. So Edda kind of like calms him down. She's like, "Ander, yes, hopefully they can shed some light on this subject. Maybe it's the same people, maybe not, but did you guys notice anything like this?"
Did we notice a red bandana? I thought
The
We
second
did.
he mentioned the bandana, yeah, at
I think
least
someone did. At least
the
one.
the first group we ran into, all well, with the exception of Ned, who was naked, they
Yeah.
all had.
I
there
believe
was-
some did.
There was the guy, a girl, and
Yeah, the girl with me, the bitch.
that.
Yeah.
The bitch.
And then the naked dude helped.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Matter of fact.
Last year, right in the back.
At least a group of them did. And then there was 100 vampires.
So at that point, Gellin interjects. He's like, "Wait a minute. Vampires, you say? This cannot be the same people we're looking for. I think we are completely off base here. Vampires.
No. There were guys.
There's no smugglers in this place.
But there was also 100 vampires.
100 vampires in our town? I think we would know such a thing. I have people and resources everywhere. Never heard of vampires.
He was maybe a little drunk.
I can see that. I can almost smell that from here as well." And he kind of twists up his mustache a little bit.
But there were guys with bandanas, damn it.
Red. There were.
So,
And there
so
were
at that
also-
point, Anders jumps up again and slams his hand on the table. It's like, "Aha! It has to be them. We must send troops there. Eleander, send a detachment there. We must get these smugglers cleared out. This could be our chance." So Eleander, he's right away, sir, and you see him walk off to the front doors, and he opens the front door, and you hear him blatantly say to the guys, "Oh, back to the tower. Send a half a dozen troops up there. Investigate the old mansion right away." And then one of the guards says, "Aye, sir." And you see him take off, and Eleander comes back in and resumes his post at the end of the table.
There are vampires there. Be careful.
There aren't any vampires.
I have a good friend, Varen. He says there are.
Uh,
I believe him.
so Galen says, Varen, who is this Varen fellow?
He's a well-known person.
Oh, he can't
And,
be too well known. I do not know of him, and I know
He's
everybody
known
in this
by-
town.
You should check the taverns.
He's well-known in the taverns.
Ah, I see. He's one of those lowly fellows. Well, we do appreciate everything you guys have done. I am sure this is all just a coincidence, and you are lucky to run away with your lives from such a place with 100 vampires, I do have to say. But you're all welcome to come to the great feast this weekend that I'm throwing. The massive feast. All sorts of fish from all over the Azure Sea, and exotic fish from the Sea of Swords to the south. Anything you could eat. It is all on me. You're more than welcome, and bring some friends if you'd like.
What day of the week is it?
Oh, it's
Friday?
today's Friday, but
Okay, so it's this weekend.
yeah, the festival is.
I'm out
Sunday.
of character. My bad.
Like out of character. It's Friday.
Out of character. Sorry. What day of the week? So it's Friday. All right.
Yeah. So so he tells you, yeah, this Sunday is this big feast that he's going to be throwing.
Do you have any work we can do till then, or I'll end up passed out somewhere? I'm sure.
Oh well, if it is work you seek, perhaps you should talk to Eleander. And Eleander looks up and he says, I do have plenty of work for some strong lads like yourself. Come to my tower. It's just to the south, over the old bridge. I could suit you up with all sorts of work.
Fair enough.
So Ida stands up. Thank you all for coming. Please stay around town. After we investigate these leads, perhaps we may speak to you again.
I hope you find the vampires.
And then Galen looks up. Yes, vampires. Yes, exactly. It must be vampires. He kind of shakes his head. So at this point, she says, "Okay, meeting is over," and she gets up, and you see her head off and to the left into one of the small chambers. And Anders, he kind of like storms off and leaves the place. And Eleander, he as well. He kind of walks out the front door and he tells you guys exactly where to find his tower that where he lives, where you can come and get work from.
So we're all done. Everyone's leaving.
Are we?
The council people were leaving, but I don't know what you guys are doing. But
I want to pull the Taurus aside and say that we should go check out that escape route because they probably don't know about it, and we don't want them to leave without being caught.
Did we find an escape route?
Yeah, we found that. Remember, we found that cut out on the backside of the cliffs.
Oh yeah, with your owl. That's right.
Yeah, so I want to go real quick before the guards get there. Set up an ambush as they come out the back.
We could do that. Was there a way down to it?
Up to it, I can get you up there, but and then we can, because it was up, right? It was up on the ledge.
the hole was actually down on the ocean level.
Yeah, we were on top of the cliff overlooking it.
Right. So the hole, your eagle, or owl, when he flew around, he saw right at the bottom of the cliff there was a small hole that led into to the cliffside.
We could rappel down, probably. I got some rope. We just set the rope up. And...
Actually, I think I have all the rope.
I gave you some, but I have 50 feet left.
How much rope did you have?
Well, I found that extra adventurers kit, so I had like 50 feet of
touche.
silk.
Because I've got 50 feet on me,
I also have 50 feet.
and then inside my bag I have two 50-foot sections. I think I got one from you, and I think someone else handed me their ropes. So I have 3 ropes on me because I have the bag of holding.
Perfect. Yeah, so we can go rappel down and see if anything flushes out that hole, or we can just sit up on the cliff and shoot them as they come out.
I like shooting,
but I want to try and stay like a little hidden if we can, so the guards don't see us either, because that would look a little suspicious because they don't know we're
How
be there.
big was the ledge?
I don't remember.
The ledge, like where the top, or like, are you asking how tall?
Where where the exit was, like how? Because how tall was the cliff over the exit, and how big is the exit? Like, is it a trail along the? Well, I'm asking Hector this because it was his owl that saw him. Was it a trail? Was it just like? Does it look like they pulled a boat up and just ran and jumped on it? I mean, what kind of?
Okay.
How big was this exit?
So what you saw is, like, first of all, these cliff sides are like 80 feet high. And then at the base of it, literally was water going right up into the cave. That's what you saw.
So they could almost like take a small boat right inside, like a rowboat.
Right.
Gotcha.
So it's like big enough for like a small rowboat or something. It's not like big enough where you can put a whole ship in there, but
it's enough that you can move cargo in and out via rowboats.
Yep. I mean, that's kind of the assumption that you guys got after all this, that there is some sort of shady deal going on underneath this place.
Was there any, like, so is it just straight water going into that cave?
Right, yep, that's all that you could see from, or what the owl saw. Yeah, and the cliffside is like a sheer 80-foot cliff down to the sea level.
And there was no trail or anything like that leading to it?
No.
From the side, like, okay.
No, not along like the shoreline. So I guess basically, like, your only options would be to rappel down into the water or take a boat there, or I mean, that's all I got. Or go back down through.
Which is where the way the guards are going, assuming the guards found anything. But I say we talk about this not in the council's chambers.
Oh, there's no one here?
But technically, yeah, nobody's here because they all were leaving. But what's her name? Ida is in her office, and Gellin, he went to his office as well. But Anders, he stormed out, and Eleander went back to work because he seemed like he's stressed out and has a lot of work to do.
I was passed out, so I have no idea of any of that, unless you guys want to relay that to me.
Just because you don't see someone doesn't mean nobody can hear you.
Yeah. We could also go talk to
Oleander?
the lady on the council and see if she like trusts the guards.
It's I've got a theory, but we'll discuss it elsewhere.
I'm gonna go out and get my axe and just hang out there until you guys figure out whatever.
All
Keep the guards coming.
So,
well, let's go.
Yeah, Yuri stems up and storms out. The one guard is standing there, and he kind of nods at you guys and lets you grab your weapons, and he leaves his post.
Well, should we go meet in my office?
What, like an alley around back?
That was a question to you guys. I don't know if anyone know that.
I mean, are we going to go talk to Edda?
Might not be a bad idea. If you want just you and me go, or you want everybody to go? I don't want her to feel like we're like threatening her. So maybe just you and me.
All right. Well, then I'm gonna go to my office. I just walk out. Go to the inn.
Go to
Very
go back
confused
to the
about the
bar.
office.
We go back to the bar.
You threw me for a loop. Like, well, are we going back to my
I mean,
office?
where else have we been? I've just been sitting here drinking.
A haunted house and a tavern.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, not a haunted house that wasn't haunted.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go, and if you guys want to come, we can wait there, and then we'll all go see Anders in his.
I thought it was Oleander who had his. It was right, Oleander.
All right, I'm going along
It
then.
was Anders Samueler. His tower's in the south. He wanted us to go there for work.
Yeah, that's Eleander. Eleander's the older guy. He's captain of the guard. He's got a peg leg.
That's who has the work.
That's
Yeah,
who has the work.
Oh,
Yeah.
put that under the wrong guy. Yeah, Eleander then.
Magmar's people.
The other guy, Anders, he's the kind of like wealthy younger guy. He has a successful fishing business, and he obviously is very passionate against smugglers and pirates.
So am I the only one outside?
I think.
I walked outside.
Yeah, I think
and I'm
everybody's
informing you I'm
outside on
going
the steps
to-
right now.
I said I was going to the office. Everyone looked at me like I'm crazy. Those two decided to go back inside to talk to the old lady. I suggested we'll meet at my office, and then we'll go to Eleander when they find out whatever they want to find out.
All right, so is that what we're doing? So who's going back to the office, and who's staying to talk to the old lady in her quarters?
I'm going to the office.
Yeah, Megalair, he's thirsty.
I'm gonna go talk to the lady.
Do you have to leave your weapons outside if you go?
Well,
not
the
even-
guard
yeah.
left his post at this point, so
Wasn't there two of them though?
the other one went back to go to the barracks to gather up some troops to go
touche.
up.
Before I
to-
leave, I grab my weapons, by the way.
Well, I guess I'll go grab my stuff. Might as well. I don't want.
I'm
If
set
there's,
mine.
if there's no guard there, I'm definitely not gonna leave it just chilling on a table.
Yeah, he left his post for some reason.
Doesn't sound shady at all. All right, I get my stuff and then ask Hector. Shall we go talk to Miss Edda?
Let's do it. We'll meet up with you guys later.
Yep.
All right, so you guys head off.
Let's start walking away.
Okay, you guys head off toward the bar, and Vitoris and Hector head back inside, and you see as you walk in, Gillen, you can see the doors open to his office, and he's kind of sitting there, and he's got some papers in his hand, and he's like flipping through some scrolls, and he's filing stuff away, and he's kind of flipping over through a bunch of ledgers and books. You pass by his office, and the next office over, next to his office, is Edda's office. And you kind of enter, and her door is open as well. And as you enter, she's also sitting in her office, like reading some sort of book.
Hey, Ed, I was wondering if we could just trouble you for just a quick second.
She looks up puzzled, and she's like, noticing you guys have your weapons. Where did the guard go?
I left my weapon outside because it's just a dagger.
Okay.
Oh, I'm fully armed.
You're
but
armed.
My hands are nowhere near them.
Yeah, so she looks a little concerned that she sees you guys just come up into her office, but I guess she doesn't seem like too threatened, but she's also concerned that she's an old lady cornered by two guys. One of them's heavily armed.
I have no idea where your guard went, ma'am. When we walked out, he was gone.
Well,
I did not wish to leave my things unaccompanied, especially with talk of smugglers through the town. So,
all right, roll a persuasion check for me, Vitoris.
oh shit.
All right, so I mean, you tell her that, and it kind of calms her down a little bit. She's like, yeah, perhaps you're right. their crime has definitely been on the rise. You know, this all this talk of the king gonna make this place better. You know, I really wish he just left it alone and this place would have stayed the way it's been for hundreds of years.
Well, that's kind of what we came to talk to you about. It seems like maybe all the council doesn't quite agree on the best course of action for the city.
And she laughs and she's like, you noticed that, huh? Yeah, some of us, people like myself, we definitely would like to not be involved with these things. I mean, becoming a bigger city is nothing but problems. This new dwarven mine that they're digging into. I mean, it's only a matter of time before they unleash something from the depths of that thing. And the crime. We haven't had piracy in this town for years. And when we did, the pirates lived by a code that they wouldn't mess with anybody in the town. But now I feel like it's getting dangerous out there. And even with all these King's Guards, so many of them, they're all so green and no experience at all. Leander does his best, but just I don't know. I have a lot of fear for the future. And Anders, obviously, he decides that we need to progressively change the town and join this idea of revolution and bring in this big city market so we can trade with the bigger cities. But I have a bad feeling about all of this.
What was the town like the past few centuries before the king got involved?
Oh, it was very quiet. This whole kingdom was very quiet. We're surrounded by marshlands and here and there we had an occasional a monster threat, but it was overall a quiet, sleepy little fishing village. And now it's turning into a bustling, metropolis. New buildings are being constructed all the time. It was nothing like it was years ago. Let me tell you that. Even when I grew up on fishing ships, I spent my whole life on the sea. I kind of feel like maybe perhaps I should go back to the sea and just leave this life behind me.
Do you own a boat?
I do. My family owns a small fleet of boats, fishing ships. This is how I became the leading council member. For years, my family have fished these waters, and we've made quite a good living for ourselves here.
Do you know anything about that little alcove on the the eastern side of the cliff? Out by that old.
Yeah, I do know that there is there's a grotto or a cave that's up there, and it's very close to the old alchemist house up there. An old man lived up there. He practiced all sorts of crazy experiments and things up there, but I didn't know that the two may be connected there. So, but most people in the town haven't been up there for years.
That's kind of what we're concerned about. Is if they have their base up there or a staging area anyway. That if the guards come in the front door, they might leave out the back door before they can get caught. I didn't know if there was a way we could head them off the path, as it were.
Well, to be honest with you, assuming that you guys are already up there, I mean, there's a good possibility that the smugglers or pirates aren't there anymore. We've had a hard time finding them. I think their network is far vast and faster than we knew, and they're hard to hunt down.
Fair enough. Is there any way we could? What do you want to do with these guys when you find them? Are you trying to bring them in or like terminate them?
Oh, if you do find these people, they should have a fair trial, and if deemed necessary, we do have ways to deal our justice here.
I'm concerned about them not coming so easily. Is it going to be a problem if we tussle with them, or would you prefer we just stay out of it?
Well, if we find out more information, perhaps you fellows might be of use to us to help us protect this town.
So for now, you just want the guard to take care of it and have us stay out of it.
Yes, I would prefer that. So at this point, Vitoris, do a perception check for me.
Oh yeah, perception.
Okay, so while you're sitting there, you all of a sudden like you hear like a noise, kind of like behind you, back in the main chamber, and you turn around and you see this whole time, Galen, he was like kind of leaning up on the side, eavesdropping to your whole conversation. But when you turn around and look at him, he's like, oh, and he goes back to like working in his office.
Gonna keep an eye on the doorway, I guess. Well, I believe that's all the questions we have so far. Thank you, ma'am.
Have a nice day.
You too. It was very nice meeting you, gentlemen.
You as well.
Can you repair my fishing rod?
Are you still here?
You're in the bar.
You in the bar.
Oh. Never mind. Scratch.
If we're leaving, we're leaving. If you want to go talk to what's his face, we'll go and talk to Gellin.
No, I have no desire to talk to Galen at this current point in time.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right. So at this point in time, you have a pretty decent already standings with at least Edda, the leading member of the council. So you guys kind of feel good about that. Like you've kind of gone in there and discussed some things with her.
As we leave, can I do my wild companion and send it out to that little cave area and have it keep an eye out, see what happens with all the guards, and then I'll go with Vitoris back to the bar.
Yeah. So, what's the animal form?
It's just gonna be an owl again.
Oh, it's gonna be the owl. Okay.
Tried and true.
Okay. You got
Yeah, unless I need something else, I think the owl is just the easiest to keep track of.
All right. So, what are you gonna have him do? Kind of just fly around and keep an eye on the house up there.
Yeah, keep an eye on the house and kind of circle around, keep an eye on the cave as well and the house, and then report back to me with what's going on.
All right. So he disappears after a number of hours equal to half your druid level. Okay.
So yeah, he's only got an hour.
So you got an hour of him flying around. All right. So yeah, I'll let you know what's gonna happen there. So yeah, you guys all done in the council?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Grab my dagger on the way back and head back to the bar.
All right. So at this point, it's afternoon time now, and Yuri, Meglar, and Vaz are back in the bar. Already had a couple drinks. Anything you guys are doing in there besides drinking?
Just waiting. Yeah, drinking and waiting for him to come back.
Okay.
You boys ready to go get some work? So you can pay for those drinks?
All right. So
I can pay for my drinks.
about 10 minutes goes by, and you guys are all met up in the bar. And Hector, your owl, you start seeing through his eyes the owl circling around the house at this point, and you're seeing the guards entering actually right through the front door of the house. And yeah, you guys are currently in the bar, so back to you guys.
I'm just gonna zone out, and all my senses are through the owl, so I'm not gonna be able to see or hear anything going on at the bar. So
you're just standing in the doorway, zoned out?
Looking creepy.
yeah, pretty much.
I'll walk in, turn around, notice I'm just standing there glassy-eyed, and
No, I mean I'm gonna find the table with everybody else that's sit down and
Not gonna look super creepy, but
I'm not gonna like try and walk through the streets while I can't see anything. I thought he said we were like back at the bar. That's like I thought we were like sitting.
Yeah, but you didn't go sit down or anything. So I just pictured you walking in the front door, and then you're just gone.
Just catatonic in the doorway. No.
Yeah.
Find a chair first.
All right. I will relay to the rest of the party everything that we got from Miss Edda.
Oh, you're back. You guys want to go see Elander then?
Yeah, as I pass my
That
hand,
work.
as I pass my hand in front of Hector's face.
Let's get going.
anybody there? All right.
Yeah, I gave you your bag back as soon as I met back up with you, and I told you need to wash it or bless it or bury it somewhere.
All right. Worried about your fanny pack.
Well, he I don't know how to whisper in Roll20, and he whispered me. He's like, "Did I get my bag back from you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I gave it back to you."
We see it /W and then start typing the person's name and then it'll pop up.
Gotcha.
Sweet. That's all. I'm still catatonic, so.
All
So
right.
we all get up to leave, and you're just sitting there.
Do you guys want to spend like an hour in the
I'm gonna-
bar, like while your owl is doing his thing?
I was just here waiting for them, so as soon as I see them, I get up and get ready to go down to see Elander.
Okay.
Passing my hands over his face. I guess he's not reacting. Like, Meglar, can you bring our druid with us, please?
Yeah, sure.
I'll fill my bottle before I go.
He'll like feel stuff, so as he goes to pick me up, all my senses come back. I'm like, hey. Fuck, put me back. I can walk on my own.
Wait for me.
Sorry, I didn't know if the fish smell finally got to you.
Sorry. I do that sometimes. Just tap my shoulder or something. I'll snap right back.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can have Meglar carry you, so you can do whatever it is you were doing.
Yeah, sure.
I can carry you.
Or you could just I'll put my hand on your shoulder and just lead me like I'm a blind man. Just don't run me in any posts or I'll slap you.
All right. Well, we do got to cross a bridge, so I guess pick someone's shoulder to grab.
I guess I'll go with Meglar for the moment.
You're so fucked.
Oh, I know. It's fun.
All right. So
All right, well,
I'm assuming you guys are gonna start heading that way. So, I'm gonna say you all leave the bar. It's afternoon. You see some of the shops starting to close up a little bit, and more people start coming into the bar as you're leaving. You get to the bridge over here, and you see about halfway in the middle of the bridge, you see this elf guy, this young elf guy, and he's kind of like leaning over the edge of the bridge, and he appears to be vomiting into the water.
Like, pat him on the back. I've been there. You okay, friend?
And he just kind of looks up and goes, "Yeah, strangest thing. I just started crossing this bridge, and I started feeling sick to my stomach. I'm sure it'll pass." And he kind of grabs a hold of your arm and helps himself up a little bit. And he, thank you, kind sir. And he heads off the opposite direction, back towards the bar.
I hold him up. I want to insight check or make sure he didn't rob me.
All right, go ahead and roll an insight check.
Oh, 7.
All right, so as far as you know, this guy, he just like was sick, thrown up, and you weren't really paying too much attention to what he may have been doing with his hands. And
I'm pretty drunk.
and you're pretty drunk. So, he departs. He nods to you and heads back towards the bar as you guys cross over the bridge and make your way down through the town. On your way through the town, you pass by some small homes and things like that. You get to about here, you notice this is a small tavern, and you see in front of it a couple people just kind of like arguing outside the bar, and you can start seeing like a couple people like walking into it. You happen to notice that there's several like dwarves that are the people that are walking into it, and they're all kind of dirty, and you can tell these are probably some of the miners. They're all hanging out at this bar. And also at this point, Hector, as your owl kind of swoops down around the coastline, you don't see anything coming out of the little cave that's on the water.
Okay.
We're here.
Yeah, so you guys are down here. Yep. And as you walk by this tavern, you kind of all look up and you see the name. There's a wooden sign hanging above this place, and it says the Wicker Goat. And you see a couple of
The old goat.
you see actually some of the dwarf miners that are walking in there, but also you also see a couple guards, some of the king's guards walking out of there. They're not armed or anything, like they're off duty, but they're still wearing their white tunics with the big griffin symbol on it. They kind of start stumbling out of the place.
We going in, or are we going to the tower?
The tower. We just left a bar.
Well, then, why we stopped here?
I'll go.
You're making me thirsty.
I'm alright going in the bar.
We got to make coin before we can spend coin.
It's a 2-pub crawl.
So, what are you guys doing? Sorry, I wasn't listening to. Purposely.
We're heading to the tower.
Okay, you're not gonna stop at the bar. Okay, yeah, actually, this is the tower here. I'm sorry. I guess you guys could have went this other way. I don't know why I made you go down that way, but
Yeah, it's fine. We took the scenic route.
So I think it's because I was confused. This is the tower up here. This is his house down here that I was showing you guys before. That's where Eleander lives. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
So this is the tower, and as you guys approach the tower, it's a 60-foot tower, and it looks like the most defensive building in all of Saltmarsh. The tower has these like massive like brick walls, and you can tell that like it's very thick, defensively created. At the very top of it, you can see there's some parapets, and there's like arrow slits that are at the top of it. You can tell this is like some sort of lookout tower that kind of looks over from here. You can have a good view of the bridge and the waterway coming into Saltmarsh. Out front, there is just one guard at the doorway.
Afternoon, sir. We're here to see Oleander.
Recruits or personal business?
Personal.
Is Eleander expecting you?
He is.
Yeah, you're right. He is. I was just breaking your balls. Come on in. So he steps aside, and you walk into this tower. And there's this large central room when you first come in. There's a stairwell that leads up the tower. There's a room in the back, and you can hear Eleander himself start walking towards you. You hear his peg leg clicking on the floor as he comes out of the room. He says, welcome, gentlemen. Glad you decided to take me up on this offer. Come in. So as you guys come in, the first thing you see, there's a large table in the front room there, and he says, normally I have a clerk working for me, and she helps go through some of the bounties and the orders that people put in around town, but she hasn't showed up for work for a few days, so we're a little backed up right now. But come in, please. And you guys follow him in, and he leads you back to the back room to his office, and his office has this massive shelf behind him, like all corners, 3 corners of this room all have this giant bookshelf, and it's just filled with books. And his office is very nice and neat and orderly. You see several like swords hanging from sections within the bookshelves, and ornate objects and sculptures from you can tell that exotic sculptures from around the world. And he says, "Here, come in. I don't have seats for all of you, but please, let's talk business." So he sits himself down at this desk and says, "Well, what kind of work are you guys looking for here? Fishing work or security or something that pays well?"
Fishing work.
Your pole doesn't work.
Whoa. So he looks over at Meglar and he says, "Well, somebody of your stature, I wouldn't take you for a fisherman, but." So he starts looking through some of his paperwork that's on the desk, and he's like, "Well, let me take a look here at some of these requests. Here's one of the most recent ones. Maybe you guys could help us out with some of these simple tasks before I set you up with some bounties." And he looks and he pulls out this large book, and it's about like 4 inches thick, and he opens it up, and there's all sorts of like loose parchment that is kind of falling out, and he kind of tucks it all back in, and he's like, he licks his finger and he starts going through each page, and he's like, "Okay, here's something that perfectly that you guys could help me out with. I just don't have time for, and honestly, I don't think it's going to amount to anything, but I can pay you if you're interested in investigating for me." But so some of the citizens in our northern region on the outskirts of town have been complaining recently of something large, like an animal or something going through their property and kind of walking through their fields and making a mess. Personally, I don't know if it's some drunk kids or I don't know if there's a bear around there, but personally, I don't have time to check it out. So maybe you guys could do that for me.
How much does it pay, and is it just figuring out what it is, and if it's something dangerous, take care of it?
Yeah. The king has allotted me an allowance where I can take care of such things and outsource them to people like yourselves. So I will pay you 100 gold if you guys go and take care of the problem. If there's a problem, yes, you definitely need to take care of it and help the city out or the town out, and I will give you more work if you do a good job.
We can do it for 200 gold.
Ooh, that's a little steep for some people that I just met today. Do a persuasion check with disadvantage there, Yuri.
Still there?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, we're waiting for your persuasion check.
Not sure how you do this.
I can't really hear you, but yeah, it's under your character sheet, under your skills. So you should be able to just click on Persuasion. Don't worry about disadvantage. That just means you're going to have to take the smaller number. So yeah, so you get a 9. So like he says, he's like, well, 200. We just met. We'll see how you do on this, and then in the future, I can give you more work that pays much better.
All right, I guess 100.
So he takes the official contract out of this book, and it's more so of a complaint that was filed to the town about from one of the citizens, and it just states that something is disturbing the peace in the northern part, and they would like some resolution. So he just hands it to whoever's standing in front of the desk. Probably Yuri's the closest one. He hands it to him and he says, the only information that I have on here is some sort of animal at night, and it gives you the directions. And he says, you just walk north, follow the river, past the fields, and you'll see a quaint house out there.
Come on, Meglar. Sharpen up that javelin.
So he says, yeah, if you take care of this, I have a whole lot of bounties, some more important things that I need taken care of, that if you prove yourself, I'm sure that we could work out something more beneficial for all of us.
Well, I hope that we can get this done.
Okay.
What time of day is it?
So right now it's only like afternoon.
Well, shit. What are we doing in the meantime?
Well, we can go check for tracks, see if we can figure out exactly what it is in the meantime.
Anyone else find it odd that his help has been missing for a couple days also?
It is rather strange, but I'm sure he sent a guard by.
No, I'm just saying the general goods guy's been missing for a couple days, and she's been missing for a couple days.
Mm.
There's a lot of missing
I
people.
mean, I guess 2 is just a coincidence.
How long did you say your secretary was missing?
She's been missing for a couple days. But it's not really
Have you
like
sent
her to do
anyone-
that because we are very busy right now. Maybe she just had enough with the work. I don't know, but me, I'm a guy
Have you
that
sent-
duty calls. I spent 30 years in the military, and I never missed a day of work or had a disciplinary action against me. Duty calls.
Have you sent anyone by to check on her?
Yes, I've sent some men out to check on her, but I haven't heard anything. I guess we're all just a little bit too busy to worry about one person, I guess. But perhaps that's something else I can add on your list. Is go investigate her home.
Yeah, we can do that on our way outside town. Can you tell us where she lives?
Yeah, and he tells you. Yeah, you go up through the past the market and up to the eastern end of town. She has a small house out there.
What was her
that's
name?
right.
Sorry, who said what? Just you guys said something.
What was her name?
Her name is the
Sorry.
clerk.
Well, no, what I was mentioning, I forgot that the map is turned sideways and north is left.
I know, that's what keeps messing me up. I have to keep looking at it like, oh god, which direction
I
is
just zoomed out. You were like, it's up on the east side of town, and I'm like, wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's right. Then I remember.
it? Okay, so her name is Mina Momer, Momir, Mina Momir.
All right, Mina. Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Are we going hunting or what?
Hey,
I believe we're going to go make a loop and see if this clerk's house and then head up there since we have it's the afternoon.
yes. So like map wise, like the house is like up this way, like follow the river to the north, and that's where you find the quaint house, just past the forest, with the complaint, and then her house is like down in this general area down here.
I think we can do that. Swing through, make a nice loop through town, check her house, and then looks like there's a road. Well, I don't know if we know that, but there's a road there we can just take out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't know that yet, but you do know that you've got some time to make a loop around town, because walking around town doesn't take too much time. You can get from one end of the town to the other end of town in like 30 minutes, so it's pretty small.
All right, well, I guess let's go check on Miss Momir.
Mina?
Mina.
Mina Momir?
Nice. All right, so we can
All right, thanks for the work.
Thank you guys. This is really going to take some of the work off my shoulders here. I appreciate it.
And I hope you find your clerk.
I hope you find her.
You better just make with the gold when we get back.
Oh, don't you?
So I
dare,
hope
my
we
friend.
find her.
Our king is willing to spare the gold, so good luck, my friends.
Thank you. Hopefully we can lighten up your workload a bit.
So he returns back to his office and opens up the big folder of work that he's got to go through. So you guys head back through town. You end up coming back.
Out of character, would I know that Josh's character, Victor, did his druid thing? Because he did it when he left after, right?
Yeah, I don't think
With
you
his
would-
owl.
Yeah, I don't think you would know.
Okay.
I've done it before in front of you guys. You probably can figure out what's going on, but you didn't see me cast it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so I'm kind of buzzed, so I don't realize that you're doing your fucking looking through your eyes thing. So I was just trying to make sure that I didn't notice you cast it because you weren't there. So never mind.
Okay.
Carry on. Let's go.
All right, yeah. So if you guys don't want to do anything else, let's say you end up walking through the market district, and again, like this district, afternoon it starts getting quieter, and you see a lot of the stalls are closing up, and you can start hearing the music coming from the taverns, and you. Sorry. Trying to look at my notes here. So yeah, so you make your way through the market, past the tavern. You can hear like quite a bit of ruckus going on at the tavern. This is a Friday night in Saltmarsh. Gets a little rowdy.
The old snapping line. Almost need to make a pit stop at the office.
So as you're
But we should go look.
as you're still over here, kind of like in the market district, you look across the river and you can see the lights in a rickety old tavern across the way, and you can hear like the sound traveling across the water of like a lot of like, I don't know, boisterous drinking and a lot of singing and stuff coming from over here. But you guys carry on.
That's not the sinking line.
No, snapping line's the one we're near.
Okay.
Yeah, this is another.
How many taverns is? How many
There's a lot of
taverns is
drinking
down
going on
here?
in this town. Yeah, so
It's a fishing town.
So fish during the day and drink at night.
that's right. That's what
Oh,
you
yeah,
do.
pretty much.
Drink
That's
and
all
fish.
sailors do. Yep. Stink.
Yeah, so you guys make your way through town, and you end up down here at this small house that he described to you. When you approach it appears like there's no fire, there's no lights on in there. It's dark from the outside that you can tell.
I knock on the door.
Owl's done.
Yeah, it has been an hour by now. Yeah. Sure.
And I never saw the guns come out, and I never saw anybody else come running out of.
No. Once, so you know that no, you haven't even seen the guards come back out yet. So it has been an hour. You saw nothing come out of the water side, and you haven't seen anybody come out of the house. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So you knock on the door, and there's no answer.
Is there anyone about?
Do a investigation check. Yeah, so you don't see much. You kind of look around the general vicinity, like peeking through the windows and looking around the side of the house, and you don't see. It's pretty quiet down at this end of the street.
I want to open. Does the door just open, or is it locked?
It's locked.
I would like to attempt to pick the lock.
All right. Go ahead and do a sleight of hand check.
Well, last time I did stealth because my sleight of hand
yeah,
doesn't have
That's okay. Go ahead and do a stealth check. It's still Dex.
22.
All right. So yeah, you easily just pop the lock and kind of look around, make sure nobody's looking at you, and the door opens freely.
I gesture and let's see if she's here.
Hello, are you here?
Oh my god.
So as you walk in, roll for it. No. No, so you open the door, and it's dark in there. You don't see anything. It's too dark. There's a little bit of light coming from the the sun would be setting, so yeah, so you're not seeing a whole lot of light coming through the windows or anything, so it's pretty dark in there. A little bit of dim light when you first enter the doorway, but the house is dark.
Megler, aren't you scared of the dark?
I reach into my bag.
I can see through the dark.
Yuri,
Right.
can't you see in the dark?
I can see in the dark, yes.
What do you see? I yelled. I didn't hear anyone say they were home.
All right, so while Vittoria stands in the doorway, he holds out his hand, and what are you gonna touch that starts glowing?
I don't think I want to use a torch, but I do got a candle.
I have a torch, but I just cast light on it instead of lighting it up.
That works, I guess. Well, I guess I'll just follow you. Well, I'll light my candle and be sad that he has this bright light.
Okay. So now the room is fully illuminated. You see that the house is tiny, and it all seems like very neat and orderly. There's nothing out of place. There's no like signs of struggle or anything like that. You see a back door on the property, or in the house, I should say.
Is there any like note or anything like that laying around?
Yeah, you kind of look around this like tiny, like one-room house. You know, the bed is still made. There's no notes or nothing. Like there's nothing out of the ordinary.
Clothes in the closet or dressers.
Yep, everything seems like it's still there. Like just nobody's home. And I mean, you can kind of deduce that this is she's like a very nice, neat, orderly person.
So it doesn't look like anyone's been here for days.
Well, I guess you can't really tell about days, but I mean, there's no food that's left out or anything. Like it's just literally nobody's home, and the place is nice and neat.
Like she went to work and just never came home.
Yeah, that's what I was like wondering if it was like Well, I guess if it's nice and tidy, you'll never know unless she left something out, you know. Fair enough.
Go talk to the neighbors. See what.
Is it more than one floor, or is it just?
No, it's just one floor. There's a bed, or a dresser.
Is it a one room?
Yeah, it's like
how
all
big
in,
is it?
Yeah, it's like all in one room. There's like a small fireplace, a dresser, a bed, a little kitchen sink, and a table.
Oh, so it's just a little tiny little
It's
house.
a tiny little house. Yep.
Is there a backyard?
There's a fence
Or
in
anything
the
out back?
backyard, and there's a nice hot tub at the back. No, there's a.
Oh, shoot.
So you,
Hottie!
so you walk to the back door, and you grab the handle. You notice the back door is unlocked, and as you open it, you look outside in the back, and it's just like a nice little piece of property back there. It's kind of sandy with a little bit of like scrubland sort of grass, kind of patchy in the backyard, but nothing. Again, you don't really notice anything out of the ordinary.
Can I investigate the door to see if it was broken into, or
You sure
anything
can.
like
Go
that?
ahead and do
If
an
it was unlocked?
investigation check. All right, so you look down at the door, and the door doesn't seem like it was broken into or anything like that. But you do notice a little speck of blood near. Literally, it's just a little speck of blood, like a drop of blood, just above the door handle on the door, or just above the doorknob.
I'm gonna call over Hector so he can bring his light, so I can see better back here in the backyard. See if there's any blood or anything. Well, I'll call him over, let him know that I see a little speck of blood, and then just shine the light out back. Maybe there's more in the back, trailing out. See if there's any drag marks in the dirt.
All right.
Yeah, I'll bring a light over.
Okay, so you go back up there and go ahead and do investigation check again. With advantage. Now you got the backyard lit up. You guys are kind of looking together.
Check it
Oh,
out.
19.
You got a 19 anyway. So yeah, so you kind of start looking around and you see one other little splotch of blood near the back door. Excuse me, near the ground of the back door. But this is where you do notice something. There's two sets of footprints, and you can tell that there's a smaller set of footprints and a slightly larger set of footprints. But the smaller set appears to be like a small boot, and the second set of footprints is a larger barefoot footprint. Not like a bear, but like somebody without shoes, like a barefoot. Does that make sense? And they kind of walk off in like or I guess that would be an eastern general direction, like toward this direction.
Would I know how? Do they look like they're fairly fresh, or they look like they're like? Would I be able to tell how old they are? I guess.
I guess you can tell that they even with that check that they're not that recent. I guess you'd say they don't look like they're fresh in the ground, but
Does it look like they're pointing in a direction?
so the only thing
did you
you
already
do
say
know,
that? I
is
didn't
that the two sets of tracks are walking side by side in this direction up here to the east.
So they're walking. There wasn't anyone dragged.
No.
One's barefoot and one is not. One is small, one is large. They're going to the east, you said?
Yes, they're going to the east. Yeah, so you are. Yeah,
I mean,
you're in that house.
at point, ask. Maybe we can keep walking and seeing if we could see more towards the east. Hector.
Yeah, I'm right with you.
So I'll keep following them east. See if we could find the tracks that lead somewhere,
Actually,
or any other clues leading that way.
I'm just gonna give you the light since you know where you're going, and I'm gonna cast light on his staff.
Ooh.
All right, so yeah, at this point, the sun is getting low in the sky. It's getting, it's kind of getting near dusk, but it's not really dark out yet. But you do start searching around the ground, and you get out to the main road here. And now this is the main road, and there's like a crap ton of tracks and footprints out here. So you kind of lose the tracks that you're following in the dirt.
And I would remember that the boy and girl were dead on shore on that side, right?
On that side?
Yeah, it said their barmaid said there's a boy and girl washed up on shore.
Right. Yep. This is the shoreline. Yep.
That they washed up
they
on.
would have been. Yeah. This is this side of the sea. Yep.
And the 100 or 300 vampires were up past this path, right?
Yeah, they were up to the east up here where the
Yeah,
house
way
was.
up past that way.
Yeah, right.
All right. All right, Hector, did you come with me out here, or do I gotta go back and relay this?
No, I put the light on your staff so you can just you can do whatever you want. I'll stay with you, but
Well, yeah, I show all this stuff that had happened, and the tracks went cold out here in the road. So all we know is the little information. I didn't see any like struggle. I saw a little bit of blood, but it could have been anything.
Right. You literally just saw like 2 drops of blood too out of that were like noticeable.
Vampire's blood from the fangs. Oh my god, I knew it.
300 vampires are back.
Jesus. All right. So I guess I don't think we could find anything else. I mean, maybe the other people in the house found something.
I might be able to try and track them by scent. I don't know if it's worth. I don't know how well it's going to work, but we could try it.
How long does it have to be before it won't have a scent anymore? I mean, you could try sniffing the blood, maybe.
Right, and like we know what her house smells like, so
Yeah. I mean, if you want to, we can give that a try. It is getting dark, and we still have another task we could do, because at night is supposedly when this creature comes out. So maybe we could come back, or you could do that now. How much time do we have, do you think? Like, how, like, out of character, how much time do you think has passed since we've been here?
Like I said, it's still only like it was an hour since it was like afternoon, so it's probably like 4 o'clock. You know. So
okay. So we got a little bit before it's dark.
So you got a couple hours.
Right.
Before it's gonna
Yeah.
get dark.
Okay, then yeah, definitely do that. Let's see what happens. I'll go inside and inform the other people just sniffing underwear that what we're gonna do.
Doing a panty raid.
I didn't know that the orc's wearing underwear on his head.
Yeah, you walk in there, Meglar's like his face deep into a pair of panties.
Carrying his fishing pole around.
I'd say
Panties on his head.
Turn the place into.
Oh, you turned into a robot, Mike. So what's going on? You guys are back in the house, getting this.
Yeah, I was waiting for Hector to find out what spell he's doing and all that jazz.
I don't know why it does it that way, but I'm turning into a mastiff. I'm gonna try and
Oh, nice.
scent and
It's because it won't, for some reason it won't
Do the
send. Yeah,
It won't
I
do the
had that
card.
issue too. Yeah, for some
Yeah.
reason that PDF won't send what you're casting. It just sends the picture, the image. So just you're turning into a massive.
Yeah, you're that dog now.
yeah, that's what. Yeah, and I'm gonna try and get I don't know, sniff around her apartment, see if I can't get her scent, and try and track her down that way.
Okay, so go ahead and do an investigation check with advantage. Okay, so you start sniffing the smell, and you pick up this scent pretty good, and you kind of head out of the back door of the house. Now give me one more. Give me a perception check now with advantage. See if you can follow this scent. Okay, nice. Okay, so you actually get this scent very strong, and you follow the scent, and you pick up the trail, and it leads around this corner, and you get to about here, and no, actually you get all the way up past this building here, and this particular building, you notice the sign on it. This is the Carpenters Guild Hall, and it's kind of like this really fancy looking wooden building, and out front has all these like beautifully handcrafted barrels and things like that. And there's a big sign out front that says I will repair your dock for small cost. But you do notice the trail goes past that property. So if you want to keep following that, you can go ahead and give me one more perception check with advantage. Okay, so
That's not very good.
it's not great, but so now you start losing the scent, and you get about to here. So you get to this area here, and the scent starts growing cold. But what you do notice is this area is very dark, and there's a bunch of like small, rundown shacks right here, and you start hearing the sound of all this like scuttling and like clicking noises. And as you look, a couple little crabs kind of walk by your feet, and you can see they're kind of like grasping at each other and clacking each other with their claws.
Does this area look like it's well traveled, or do you think like I could maybe check to see if any of the footprints match the barefoot and the not barefoot?
Okay, you can go ahead and just give me a regular perception check. Well, aren't you special? So Vaz, you kind of look down, and you do end up catching a glimpse of what looks like the barefoot track. You don't see the track of the boot, but you see just a barefoot tracks, and it leads into one of these little abandoned, rundown shacks.
I like point over to the shack. I point down to the footprint and tell Hector to sniff it and try to get a better scent to see if it's in that building.
Sure, I'll try and pick up on the new scent and see what I can find.
All right, I'll give you one more perception check with advantage then. All right, so you're sniffing these tracks, and yeah, you know 100% in certainty that even though you haven't found any footprints of the person, you smell that you can find her scent within that building.
All right. So I let the other gaggle know that possible footprints led to here.
Set it on
We should
fire.
check it out. Yeah, let's burn this motherfucker down. I'm gonna do a boot of fire and fucking let this bitch go. So I'll slowly walk up to the building. And is there like, how is it set up? Is it like a shack where there's like one door and that's it and one window? Like,
Yep. From what you can tell, there's one rickety old door, and you can see like the wooden door is all there's old planks in there. It's all cracked and it's definitely weathered. These buildings have not stood very well against the ocean air right here.
I guess we go in.
Can I hear anything on the inside?
All right.
Or no?
Yeah. You can. Well, you're still in a dog form, so go ahead and do another perception check with advantage. Because dogs have good hearing, so we'll give you that. All right. So the one thing you hear is it's almost deafening to your canine ears, is the sound of thousands of tiny little legs walking around in gravel and clicking noises, which you can tell is the same clicking noises from crabs, like thousands of crabs.
Gotcha. I wish I could fucking talk right now. I'm just gonna. Is there still like a crab running around?
Yeah, there's like crabs like running out from under the door here and there. You see a few like running around your feet, and they're kind of like in this whole area, but like inside the building, yeah, you know that there's a shit ton of crabs up in there.
Gotcha. I'm gonna try and convey that there's crabs in there somehow. You said they're coming out from under the door. Can I just like, as they come out, just like bite them and kill them? They have little crabs or big crabs?
Yeah, they're fairly small. They're like 4 or 5 inches in diameter. They're not like giant crabs or anything, but they're all these small blue crabs. So yeah, you can go ahead and you start biting at these things, and I'll have everybody else roll intelligence checks to see if you can understand what the hell's going on.
Just straight intelligence?
Just straight intelligence. Yep.
Nope.
That's not good.
What was that, Lassie? Timmy fell down the well?
Did we even pass the well? Dude, when Meglar feeds us.
Those two guys were -2. Meglar rolled twice.
Yeah, Meglar
That's
gets
hilarious.
a 10, but we're just waiting on Yuri. So at this point, Vitoris, Vaz, and Meglar are all standing there looking puzzled and watching Hector, the dog, just like biting at this crab, and you all kind of stand there speechless, like
I'm doing the whole
scratching your head.
drop it,
Bad boy.
drop it.
What you doing, dog?
Don't get slobber all over dinner. What are you doing?
Yuri, you gonna roll? Or what?
Yuri, we need a roll.
Hi, Yuri.
Oh my God! Worst
when
rolls
Meglar's the
ever.
smartest of all of us.
Oh, that's bad. Yes. So even
awesome.
Yuri's standing there, like literally confused at what's going on right now.
I'm just gonna like after I just look at the dog like dumbfounded, I just like try to push the door open.
All right.
Who's
So
the dumbass now, Yuri?
So as you push the door open, like thousands of these crabs start like climbing out and all over you, and you look in this room as it's kind of lit up a little bit now from all the cracks and holes in the wood. You can see literally it's just like the entire floor is covered in these blue crabs as they start climbing out and climbing up into your feet, Vaz.
Just like start kicking at him and stomping on him, trying to scare him out of the room.
Yeah, and they're not going.
I'm gonna light my torch and then like try to actually, do I have a torch? I think I don't. Oh, I do. I'm gonna light a torch and like bring it to the ground and hopefully the flames like skitter him off.
He's gonna burn the spot down.
All right. So you light up a torch and and you drop it and you see like around this torch, about like 20 feet around, you see the all the crabs just start like scurrying away from the fire, and as they do that, you see that the floor is covered in bones.
What? 300 vampires. I knew it.
Oh, you and the vampires.
So the whole floor is covered in bones.
Yes.
I want to like grab the torch and like kind of wave it around the floor to make them like scatter and like see if there's like a door or something around in there on the floor, like as I shuffle through the bones, like walk through it.
So wait, what are you doing? You're gonna
You know what I mean?
like shuffle your feet around and.
Yeah, I want to grab the torch and
okay.
like have it at the ground level and like try to wave the crabs away while I searched the area for anything besides like just old bones that look like, I'm assuming the bones have been picked clean. If she's been only missing for a couple days, I don't think it's picked clean that fast.
So yeah.
Seems like
No, go ahead, Hector.
I said sorry. This is like some shit mummy shit where they're like fucking those little beetles.
Oh yeah, those
The
little
scared-
Yeah, the scarabs.
beetles.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you grab the
Like-
torch and you start like waving it around the ground, and the crabs are like dispersing all over, and you just see them like kind of like a tidal wave, just all start like flowing out of the door, and you look around, and the whole street now is like covered in these crabs, and as you do that and you kind of kick some of the bones away, you do notice that in the floor there is a wooden door with a large ring steel handle on it, or iron handle on it.
Well, look at this. 100 vampire layer. Hey, one of you brutes, come lift this door.
It's on you, Maglar, lazy bastard.
Dumbass dwarf, move aside.
All right, so Meglar enters the room, and here, right before your feet, is this large trap door. What are you gonna do?
Trapped door, huh?
Not trapped, but
Not a trap door.
Yeah, like
A what door?
A hidden door.
A hidden door, yeah, like a
Oh.
big door on the floor, like an access hatch.
Maybe I should have went in myself.
I'm
All right.
asking you to
So-
open it.
Yeah. All
Well,
right,
I'm
that's what
keeping
I'm
the
doing.
crabs at bay. I'm like waving around so you could not.
All right,
keep
I'm
crabs
opening
on.
the door.
All right, so do a strength check to see if you can open this big door, or you can roll athletics.
All right. Are you guys seeing my rolls?
We are now. So you try to grab a hold of the door, and it won't budge.
Yuri, a little help in here.
Step aside, Maglar.
Well, maybe help him.
So
You would get advantage.
Yeah, so you go and give him a hand. So go ahead, Meglar. I'm going to disregard your second roll, so go ahead and roll one more athletics check. It'll pop up. Just give it a minute. For some reason, you're lagging behind a little bit. All right, so at this point, the door, you really put all your might into it, and Uri gets down there, and he gets his axe under there and starts wedging it up, and you end up like popping the door up, and it's about waist high, and this is like you realize this is a giant like stone slab with this iron handle on it, so it's a really heavy door, and you get it about like waist high, and as you do that, you just smell this horrible stench coming from below a hole in the floor. Along with this horrible stench, you just get this extreme cold chill coming up from under the ground. Was that you,
What?
Yuri? I couldn't hear what you said.
No, never. That was me, but never mind.
Oh, okay.
I guess I peer in with my torch over the stenching cold hole.
All right. So as you you light the torch and you hold it over the edge, you look down inside this hole, and underneath the floor are a giant mound of skulls and human bones and remains. In the center of this pile is a coffin.
What the fuck? Let's go outside and have a little chat about this.
All right, so Yuri and Meglar, you're still holding this door up about halfway. What are you gonna do now? As your
Sorry,
strength
brother.
starts to weaken a little bit.
I'm just gonna let go of the door and Maglar can fend for himself.
Okay, so as Yuri just lets go, mic drops. Go ahead and do a strength save, Meglar.
Mm-hmm.
A strength saving throw. Okay, so as you as Yuri like steps away from you, he drops the door, or you drop the door because you can't hold on to it, and it comes crashing down with this huge boom that echoes like throughout the shack.
Well, nice job, Yuri.
I just turn around and laugh at him.
I pick my nose and throw it right at Yuri.
Okay. I'm waiting outside for you
So
so
yeah,
we can conversate.
you guys outside heard this like huge slamming noise from the two clowns inside.
I poke my head inside, like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Now let everyone on this end of town know somebody's been here.
So Vitoris, as you put your head around to do that, you notice that the door starts slowly opening up.
The stone door?
The stone door.
I'm gonna pull my crossbow out and yell, something's coming out.
Well, I came out here to let you know that there was a coffin at the bottom of that before the two boneheads decided to slam the door on it.
Jump
That was
on it
Yuri.
or something.
He did it.
Well, it took two of them to barely lift it, and it looks like it's rising awfully slow, and something's coming. So it's probably pretty powerful. So maybe we should get the fuck out of here.
What's all the strength rolls?
I don't know.
What?
I kept seeing strength rolls going.
There's
don't know.
only there's 3 athletics and 1 strength.
It just looks
Well,
like
I thought I just saw one pop up.
that's what I thought. It's just like I don't know. It's like scrolling
Oh.
or something.
It looked like it said Dave was typing and then it went away, and that's why it looked like it was moving.
Yeah, right.
I didn't know if like there was something going on or if like Megalar was just lagging
Nope,
that bad.
nothing's going on.
I thought Meglar was just standing there like flexing the whole time.
You don't want none of this. Close that damn door.
All right, so yeah, at this point the door is about almost a foot off the ground as it's opened, or opened about a foot.
I suggested stuff to everybody, and I'm just waiting for an answer.
Say we see what it is. You were the one all about 300 vampires, man.
Okay.
And is there daylight still out?
Oh, it's getting dark.
It's getting dark.
I say we set the cabin on fire.
It could not be a vampire.
Could be that lady, actually.
Well, I'll wait back here behind you.
You put the big strong boys up front.
Well, they're still inside watching this thing rise up, so that shouldn't be a problem.
All right, perfect. Hector, who's a good boy?
Maglar, you stand in front of the door since you dropped it.
I mean, we could leave. It's not like that big of an issue, but if you want to watch.
So at this point, now you start seeing this mist start like rolling out of from underneath the door, and it fills the entire room with this mist.
Maybe we should slowly start backing away with my crossbow out.
I'm fine with getting up out of here.
Maglar, are you just going to hang out in the mist?
He's a moron.
Nope, I'm backing off.
All right, let's act like nothing happened.
I guess I tap my leg. I'm like, come, Hector, come. Crossbow still out.
Okay, so at that point, I'm assuming you guys are all making haste and getting
dipping
the
the
heck
F out of there. Yeah.
So as you do that,
Yeah.
you happen to look back in the distance and you see a figure standing in the doorway of the shack. It's just like a dark, shadowy figure, and in a glimpse, as you see it standing there, all of a sudden it turns into like 100 bats and just flies up into the air.
Oh my god! I take a big swig out of my drink. Nothing.
Hector, are you still with us?
I think he went to go let the dog out.
Is he still a dog?
He is still a dog.
We
at
left
this
the
point.
dog out. Yeah, that's why I was like, Hector, come.
We could revisit that later.
In the middle of the
Yeah,
day.
I didn't want to keep going without
Yeah,
him. I saw he
it
was
was-
off,
it is smarter.
off camera, but like it was too good of a moment to.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I was gonna be very disappointed if vampires did not show up at all. After the talk of 300. Alright, my suggestion would be we head to the farm at the north. Figure out what that is. Hopefully it's not that. And then in the daylight we come back and deal with what's underneath there. Sound good, guys?
I'm alright.
Yeah.
I'm alright with that.
Alright. So I'll put my crossbow away and let's beat some feet. Heading to the farm to the north.
Well, are we gonna wait for Josh,
Yeah, I mean, we can start.
or do you want to travel and then let him fill him in?
Yeah, we'll just
with the
fill 'em
travel?
in. So you guys are gonna start
All right.
traveling back.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Okay. So as you guys start traveling back, it's probably going to take a good. Let's see where you're at here. So yeah, you need to get back down to down past the forest, follow the river, the trail. Down here. If you see that ping.
Yep. Over
So-
by that farmland.
Yep, so like another 45 minutes goes by, so it's like 6 o'clock now. The sun is definitely starting to set. but it's not quite dark yet.
Notes. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna go to this. I guess I'll go to this farmhouse, right? That's the farmhouse.
Yep.
They were talking that there's the issues where shit was getting killed in their thing.
Yeah, we'll say that's the house right there. That's a good idea. I didn't see that little house there by the field.
I'll knock on the door.
So yeah, you knock on the
Exterminators.
You knock on the door, and it takes a couple of minutes, but you hear somebody say, I'm coming. And this lady comes out to the door, and she's kind of like fearful. She kind of opens the door a crack and looks out, and she's like, yes, what is it? Who are you people?
Elander said you have a animal problem.
Oh, finally. It's been weeks since anybody's come out here to investigate my claim, you know. I guess it's about time, people. Yeah, so...
Maybe we come in.
I suppose. And she kind of looks out. How many is there of you?
What do you got to drink, lady?
Yeah, now she's kind of... Well, let me get my husband. And she calls out, Argel, there's visitors at the door. And out from the field behind the house, you see this large farm boy come walking through the field, and he's like, what's the meaning of this? He's got a pitchfork in his hand, and he's kind of flailing it in the air at everybody. What's the meaning of this? Who's bothering my wife?
Elander sent us to find out your animal issues.
So at that point he goes, hey, boy, out here, dog. And you see this like massive dog come like running through the field, and it's like snarling, and he's like, it comes running almost up to you guys, and he's like sit, and the dog stops, and it's just like it's got like it's like this giant that's what this dog's called, not Doberman, come on, brain. It's a big mean looking dog, and he's like snarling,
Rottweiler?
and slobbering. Yes, that's the dog, the Rottweiler. And at this point he sees another dog and just starts, he's barking like crazy. Oh, so Hector, you're back. Little side note, so after a little while of debating on what they should do, I don't know if you were here for that, but like the door opened up and this mist came out of the trap door after it was open about a foot, and then everybody decided they were going to slowly walk away from the thing, and you started walking down the road, and all of a sudden the mist materialized into this dark figure standing in the doorway, and at that point you guys saw the figure turn into about 100 bats, and it just fly up into the air to a swarm of bats. And,
Great.
And now it's like 6 o'clock, and you guys have traveled to the little farmhouse of the people that made the complaint about the creature or something disturbing their farm. And this is where we left off. There's a woman inside who's a little curious about you guys. Yuri asked what she has to drink, so she called for her husband, who was outside tending to the crops with his Rottweiler.
By the time we did all the tracking and everything and then walked away over here, I assume I'm back to a human now.
Yeah, it was 45 minutes, so I don't know how long that lasts.
You could transform in and out whenever you want, I believe.
Yeah, it lasts an hour, but if we're just walking around, I'll probably just revert back.
Okay, so you guys are all standing there, and you see this guy at the edge of the field with his pitchfork, and he says, hey, who's bothering my wife? And the dog's snarling at you.
We're here to get rid of an animal issue.
Oh.
You put in a request with Oleander?
It's about
Oleander.
time. You damn fools come out here. We've been complaining about this for weeks.
We just heard about it today, man. Give me a break.
If you ask me, this king is good for nothing. He's not helping any of us out any goddamn bit. So what do you need to know? Did you find it? He puts the pitchfork back.
I don't even know what the hell we're looking for.
So, well, follow me. And he goes, dog, back inside. And he yells at the dog and points to the house. And the dog slowly walks into the door with the wife. And he brings you guys around the back of the property. He has this his soil all tilled, and there's no crops. He's currently planting everything. But you go in the back, and the ground, the field is very disturbed. It's got like all these huge ruts, and it looks like something was rolling around in the dirt in the back. And you see these massive hoof prints in the dirt. He goes, I don't know what this thing is, but it's been out here destroying my field.
If I do take a look at that hoof print, is it like the size of a horse or like bigger or?
Yeah. So, without doing any checks, you look at it and it's probably about the size of a bull, maybe like a large bull. It's just a very large hooven print. Hooved print.
Does it look bipedal or quadrupedal?
There's so many tracks everywhere, and it looks like whatever this thing was, it was just all over the dirt. So you can tell that. I mean, I guess it could be. I guess you can't really tell, honestly, because the ground next, adjacent to the field, there's not a whole lot of tracks to it. It's like really thick grass. It's like waist high grass. You can see the grass is pushed down, but there's not enough dirt or mud there to actually make like impressions in the dirt of like any good tracks next to the field.
It leads off into the woods.
Yeah, you can see the tracks kind of lead off, kind of what is that, easterly into this clearing. You can see. So actually, from where you guys are standing, you can look out and you see like this massive like meadows. So there's trees within this area, but there's like a lot of clearings, and like the grass in some spots is like 5 foot high. And you can see like through the grass that there's something large like pushed the grass down and walked up through this field.
How long did you say this has been happening?
This has been happening for the past few weeks. It started off at the edge of my property in the back of the field, and then it's making its way closer and closer to the house. So I'm starting to fear for my wife. I don't want to have something come across her path, and something this large especially. I don't know what its intentions are.
Does it make any sorts of sounds when it comes by, or is it just fairly quiet?
Honestly, we haven't heard anything. Just these tracks, and it seems to come out at night. So we haven't seen anything physically during the day, but judging by the size of the path it made through the grass, it's rather large.
Well, I don't fancy going after this thing. Is it cool if we wait up here tonight and hide out and see what this thing is?
I suppose so. You could camp out here for the night.
Does it come every night?
It doesn't come every night, no. On and off for the past few weeks.
Any sort of discernible pattern?
No, just the only thing that keeps happening is it keeps wrecking my field. Every time I get my crops planted, it tears everything up.
What kind of crops are you planting?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? No, he's planting like his corn and things like that, beans out here.
I mean, unless you guys really want to go chasing after this thing, I'd rather just sit and wait rather than chase this thing through a field where we might not.
Maybe let's try to set traps.
Do you have any traps?
I don't know.
We have rope, right?
Yeah,
Might
we got
like
lots of rope.
Well, we could try to fucking fandangle something.
All right, yeah, we can see what we can. Well, or we're gonna mess up his crops.
Well,
Or are they-
if we don't, it's gonna.
That's what I was about to say.
So he looks over. He goes, "I'd rather you not mess up my crops. This is my livelihood, and I'm trying to feed my family here."
We can go on the edge, maybe, like right where the field meets the.
Grass.
Yeah.
For a bunch of big old adventurer boys like yourself, you're all a bunch of pussies. You know that, right?
What?
He goes, well, this is how the king handles things, I suppose. He can't even send his actual
could let it-
soldiers out. He sends you people.
We
Unbelievable.
can keep letting it destroy your crops.
Unbelievable.
We're coming to help you.
I had to donate money and then pay taxes to this king. This is bullshit.
He doesn't seem to be very popular around here.
Yeah, to some people maybe. Not to me. But if you guys want to stay out here all night, you're more than welcome to. Just don't mess up my field.
Do you have any traps?
Don't have any traps, I reckon.
I reckon.
Well, I guess we're just gonna sit here and wait. And I look for a nice spot to. Is this like a trees all up in here?
Yeah, it's like a
Like where was it? Was he saying it like just comes in his crops and pretty much f's them up and then takes off?
And then takes off. And the only trail you've seen is up through the grass. But yeah, these are trees here to the side.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk over to a tree, sit down next to it, and take a couple sips out of my gourd.
Nice.
Post up, waiting.
Yeah, I'm gonna climb a tree and see if I can get enough of a rest to get my wild chips back before this thing pops off.
All right, so you guys can go up to the tree and kind of take some shelter in the trees, in the tree line. Anything else you want to do before you guys kind of wait it out?
Also, if we wait like an hour and a half, nothing happens, we can go after it. But I'd rather have my stuff before we do. It's up to you guys.
I will wait here as long as it takes. It's up to the way the game rolls, how long it actually takes before it comes. So maybe you can get a rest, maybe you can't.
All
Well,
right.
I think he
Where's
meant
Magpie?
what he meant was if after a few hours, maybe go hunting for it.
If we have, I have no issue with it if we have enough information to go by. I'm also 100% down with going after it.
We can wait here 2-3 hours, see what we can see, and then worst comes to worst, it looks like it's leaving plenty of trails.
Yeah, I mean, in an hour from now, I could wild shape again and turn into like another like hound or whatever and go track this thing down.
We can start this whole forest on fire.
That's
that's ours too.
Fire.
All right, so let's fast travel a little bit here. So 3 hours goes by. It is 9 o'clock now. It's dark out, and the fireflies are lighting up this field. All you're hearing is the sound of crickets. It's actually pretty peaceful out here. What do you guys want to do now? If that changes any of your minds.
It does not change my mind. I'm still drinking. Actually, I'm refilling my gourd.
It's gonna be
And
so
then
fun
taking
by
a
the time
sip.
the fighting starts.
Yeah, you're gonna be trashed before anything happens.
I say we go try to find it.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to try and just track this thing down, or you want me to go dog again? See if I'd rather do it that way.
We could survival look for it.
I think we could follow some tracks. They seem to be pretty deep and easy to do. If we lose the trail or whatnot, that can be a fallback option.
Okay. And do you guys need light on your staff again, or are you good?
I'll take some light.
God, this is gonna be great. Yeah, because
Cast light on.
it's actually a pretty it's a cloudy night, but it's a full moon. So like you get like brief moments where the moonlight actually gives you a little bit of dim light everywhere. But then there's times when the clouds roll past and it's just complete blackness, other than the lights from all the lightning bugs out in this massive field.
Yeah, you could light my staff.
Yeah, I do that, and then I light my hands up.
I'm gonna like stand up and like stumble a little bit when I stand up.
Oh, God.
Oh, I guess I'm gonna look for tracks.
Right. Do a survival or nature, whatever I guess you prefer. Survival or nature check.
8.
Okay, so as you're standing in front of this field, you kind of start like wandering, and at first you find the path where this massive thing was walking, but you kind of like stumble off the path and start heading back like into the field, and you've kind of lost the trail already because you're a little bit tipsy.
Well, looks like it went home. Because it's not here.
What were you asking? Josh?
I just wanted to see if you're still. I haven't heard from you in a while, so I just want to make sure you're still around. That's all.
Yep, I'm still here.
All right, just checking.
I'll take a look, see if I can find pick the trail back up, since we let the drunk guy look for it.
But no one spoke up.
Let the drunk guy leave
True.
the party. Yeah, go ahead, roll survival. Nice. So you start looking through the grass, and you're like, well, this isn't really that hard, guys. You just look for the giant area that's been pushed down. It's like a freaking crop circle out here. So you start like walking through the grass, and you're no problem. You start following this trail. And as you get deeper and deeper into this this meadow, the grass, even like above Yuri, it's like up to his eyes at some points. This grass is so thick, but you're like in this trail that's already been pushed down for the most part. So you kind of like are almost swimming through this as you kind of make your way. Occasionally, here and there, you hear in the distance a dog bark or the hoot of an owl coming from the forest. But it takes you like a good hour as you guys are walking deeper and deeper into the wilderness. And up ahead, you see a little bit of a clearing in the moonlight, and what looks almost like a little bit of movement. Something flashes by from one tree to another.
Hold, boys.
It's the vampire. He found us.
Was it like treetop to treetop, or like trunk to trunk?
Trunk to trunk. Something from trunk to trunk goes by left to right across your path. But at this point, it's still like 300 feet up ahead in this clearing that you can see where the moonlight is shining down on it. And you're in this like 4 foot high grass where your heads are just kind of popping up.
I say we sneak.
Except for Yuri. He's kind of... you can't really see what the hell's going on.
We should peek and sneak.
We none of us can see in the dark.
I have the light on my staff.
Yeah, we're gonna sneak at somebody with a flashlight right at them. Just be like, "Hey, we're sneaking up on you."
They might think it's a firefly.
I give this a 3% chance of success, and I'm down to try anyway.
Maybe you should send Meglar up there. He can see in the dark.
So can you. But you can't see over the grass.
And I'm
You-
fat.
What if he
Hector,
rides?
you could also just snuff the light out on me.
We could have Yuri ride on Meglar's shoulders.
This is true.
Oh, God.
You can also just cover the staff if you don't want it to shine through anymore.
I was just, out of character saying me being drunk trying to sneak with a giant light on me.
I'll make it fair.
So I guess let's just go run and fucking hug the guy hiding behind the tree. Just no one's gonna fucking do it. I'll do it.
Okay.
I'm right behind you by like 20 feet.
So, Voss, as you start like stumbling and kind of like crashing through the grass, you hear like this loud snort come from the distance, from the clearing.
Immediately turn and run the opposite way. After I heard that, I'm like, see you later. Fuck this shit.
Fox, what's doing now? Fine, I'll go talk to this thing.
Assuming it talks. I'll try
What
to.
the fuck you doing hiding over in the trees way over there? Jesus fuck Christ.
Where are we on the map right now?
We're right where we are.
Yeah, you're up. Yeah.
We were hiding in these trees. The shit was over here.
Yeah, like something
Alright.
up here ahead of you is this is the little moonlight's coming down this clearing up here. And at that point, as Vazin comes crashing through the trees, and he hears this loud snort, he jumps up. He kind of like backtracks, and all of a sudden something just comes crashing straight down this trail towards you. To see something large running through the brush, through the grass.
And I hauled ass back this way.
All right, so let's roll for initiative. And I'm going to put you guys on a different map. As you see this giant thing comes, like, barging your way.
I'm standing next to Meglar. That way, if something happens, I'm throwing him in front of me.
Yeah, you see
If you
these,
succeed.
you see these giant
You have the
boars, with
strength
these
for it.
massive tusks coming out, and one of them is running straight down the trail. I never put the initiative tracker up there, did I?
No, sir.
There it is. I was the bait. I lured it out with. I was like the angler fish with the light above its head. That's what I did. And then I ran like hell.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
You're gonna have to add me. I can't get it to work properly
Oh,
again.
yeah.
I don't know what that.
Let me see.
Do I need to roll again?
No, he could just put your character there, and you just type in what you rolled.
Yeah, I'll add you. Let me just make a little character sheet here. Okay. So who do I got to add?
Hector.
Oh, I didn't see it. There you are. Okay. Who didn't I add? Yuri, are you on the map?
Oh,
You can click on your name and drag your character over. There you go.
Zoom out.
Oh, damn. You guys are gonna die. Just saying. So Yuri, what did you get?
I rolled a 10.
10. Okay. Okay, so who was in the front? It was kind of a single file marching order, and you guys are in this area right here. So Vossen, he like turned around. Who was behind Voss?
I literally beelined it past everybody.
I think Hector was first. I was second, and I'm not sure about Yuri and Maglar.
I was up there by Meglar. I was gonna throw him in front of us.
Okay, so if Hector was up here, I'm gonna put you behind this bush right here.
Okay.
And then this boar from the clearing was charging straight through. And let's see, 5, 10, 15. So this boar charges right through and hits like 3 of you. Comes charging right through you. Let me see if he hits you. Okay, so it's a 15 to Hector.
Just hits.
Ooh. Okay, so let's see, what does it do? Okay, so I need you to make a DC 13 strength saving throw. Okay, so
Nope.
yeah, not only did you get hit by this massive boar running for you, he hits you with a tusk, gets caught up underneath your armor. You end up taking 10 points of slashing damage, and you get trampled and knocked prone. And then as he keeps running, as he hits you, and then he runs through. At the same time, he gets a hit on Vitoris. Well, maybe he'll hit. Let's see. With an 8, that's probably not gonna hit. I'm assuming.
Nope.
So yeah, so as it you see him trample over Hector, and then he swings his tusk back and tries to hit you, and you just narrowly dodge out of the way. Now this giant boar is standing in front of you. The other 2 boars, one of them's gonna start running here, and the other one kind of is like nervously. You see it like circling around back here. That's it for their turns. Go ahead, Voss.
Holy shit, everyone rolled worse than me. Oh my god. So I see him boar trample through, and I run up, run back, like I'm psyching him out to fucking hit him with my 2-handed attack of my bug staff. 17.
17's gonna hit.
Or 5. Son of a bitch.
Alright, so he takes.
And then I'm gonna unarmed attack after that with a scissor kick to the fucking back, right in the spine. Ooh,
Boom!
25.
That definitely hits. So you crit. So
410.
for 10 points
It's-
more.
It automatically does it. Yep, 10 points.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so yeah, so as you kick it in the back, you hear it kind of like snort out, or it does like a squeal. Okay. So it definitely like seemed hurt from that, but not enough to really affect it.
Okay. That is my end of my turn.
Okay, so Yuri, you see this massive boar just running through the field, and you kind of are a little bit afraid of the fact that you can't really see much going on, being behind everybody. So what do you do?
I'm going to step out in front of it and attack it with my two-handed axe.
And hope you make some bacon.
Doubt it.
A 12. That is going to hit. So go ahead and roll damage.
Just gotta click on the battle axe over where you rolled, where it says battle axe two-hand, and it'll roll your damage.
Nice. For another 8 points. Yeah, so you pull out this massive battle axe and you swing it across laterally, and you hit this thing right in the face, and you see one of its tusks actually crack right in half.
Nice.
Is that it for your turn?
I'm actually going to step back where I originally was.
Yeah, that's okay, because you're still within his range. He's a rather large creature. All right, Vitoris.
I don't see Megalar in here.
I'm the last one.
You're not on the
You're
turn
not.
order.
But yeah, I'm not on there.
Correct.
But
Well,
I rolled a 4.
Okay, I'll add you right now. So, yeah. So, yeah, Vitoris is up next. So.
All right.
Oh, he was on there. I see him right there.
Just hovered. You just put him on there.
I don't see him anymore.
Well, why is he on mine and not on yours?
I don't know.
He was on there.
He's
just
not
a
on
second
mine.
ago.
Yeah, because he was on there twice on mine. He's still on mine.
Yeah,
All right. Well,
yeah.
I'll add him
It's-
again. I don't know. It's weird.
On mine, it's me, the druid, 3 boars, Voss, Yuri, and now Meglar's
He's on now. Yeah, at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know why that other one. Maybe I can delete this one. Is he still there or is he gone?
He's still there.
Okay.
Still there.
Okay, so go ahead, Vitoris. What are you going to do?
How big's this stump?
That stump, it's actually pretty big. It's looks like 10 feet across, or in diameter, and it's almost 15 feet long. So it probably stands up off the ground a good couple feet. So
I'd like to move there. And then attempt to shoot him.
Okay.
Attempt being the key word.
yeah, you got a pretty good shot of him because he towers over everybody.
16 to
16's
hit.
gonna hit.
Oh yeah, he's got friends for 15 damage.
Oh damn. So yeah, you hear this thing like squeal out as a crossbow bolt goes like directly into its neck, and it's like spraying blood all over the high grass. It starts like getting all woozy and wobbly, but it's still standing, but it's definitely pretty freaking hurt.
And then I want a bonus action hide. This is a 5.
Okay.
23 for stealth.
Nice. Yeah, at that point, it doesn't even know where that came from.
And then that's my turn.
Okay, Hector.
Nice.
Megla, you're up after that. So.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to healing word myself because I am really hurt.
Oh yeah, as you're laying there on the ground.
Doesn't even get up. He just casts like word on
I'm
himself.
just gonna heal myself.
And then for my action, I'm going to wild shape into a panther. And then I'm going to use half my movement to stand up. And that's the end of my turn.
Okay. All right, Meglar.
All right, I am gonna throw my javelin at this guy.
Andrew, you do know you're a melee character.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Javelin does nothing.
It's like trying to fish with a broken pole.
Hey, if you want to throw a javelin, you go right ahead and throw a javelin. At which one? This guy over here?
Actually, fuck it. I'm just gonna move over here, shove Yuri aside, and use my scimitar on this guy.
All right, sounds good.
Finish it off.
Shut the fuck up, Yuri.
Free action. Shut up, Yuri. Boom. So he comes running over with a big old slash. Yeah, that's gonna hit. So I'm assuming you did a bonus action of rage, or
I guess so.
Here, I'll give it. I'll give
He's asking you, are you going to rage
Yeah,
and then do that?
yeah. I'm gonna rage.
Okay, I'll give it to you. All right, so as you rage out and rip this thing apart, and you come across with your scimitar, and just one hand just hack this thing's head clean off.
Nice. So that's pretty much it for my move.
Okay, so that brings to the top of the round. Second round is the boar. So this one, after seeing its mate just get its head cut off, it comes charging 10, 15, 20 back straight through the bushes into Hector and Voss. And it has its head straight down as it comes barreling toward you. It hits Hector with a 7, which I'm assuming is going to miss.
Yeah, 12.
And it also hits with an 18 to Voss
That hits.
for 6 slashing damage as it just catches your shoulder with its tusk as it's trying to run over Hector. So you got to make a saving throw.
Strength.
That
I
one,
think
yeah,
it was
strength
last
saving
time.
throw, yeah. Okay,
14.
So it catches you, but you stand. You're not drunk enough where you're gonna fall over. You catch yourself off balance a little bit. You spin, do a little like graceful spin move, but don't end up getting knocked over. And that's it for his turn. And the next one, he is also gonna start coming closer. I don't think he's got enough movement. Yeah, he can almost get down there. So he comes like just crashing in behind him, and he's gonna stop there. Okay, you're up, Vaz.
As he like hits me and knocks me a little off balance, I like wrap around and smack him with my quarterstaff. Two-handed. And I don't hit shit.
Yeah, so you critically miss as you're so drunk you end up trying to swing, and go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me.
11.
Is that a save or that's just an acrobatics?
No. Oh,
There you go.
11.
Hey, nice. Okay, so as you try to take this big swing and you kind of turn off balance, and you nearly almost end up rolling back underneath the feet of this thing, but you're graceful enough you kind of like tuck and roll and pop back up. You like nearly you roll underneath him basically as it tramples by, and no worse for wear.
Doing a bonus action, dodge.
Okay. That brings
I'm
up.
gonna use a key point. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, yeah. That brings up Yuri.
Oh, sorry, it's called patient defense.
Where you can use a key point as a bonus action.
Yeah, and it gives me dodge for the next attack against me.
All right, what are you gonna do, Yuri?
I'm gonna step up diagonal and take a shot with my axe.
Nice.
Hopefully.
Yeah, so you take a big old swing with both hands on this axe, and you end up just missing as this thing kind of steps out of the way as you swing.
Yeah. I guess that'll end my turn.
Okay. Vitoris, you're up.
I'll take a shot at that one. Peek my head up. With a 23 to hit.
Oh, damn, that's definitely gonna hit.
For 13.
13.
And then hide like a little bitch. With an 11. Fuck. I'm gonna attempt to hide like a little bitch.
Then let's see. What's his passive perception? Okay, so yeah, so you ended up. He still doesn't see you.
Hooray!
So
That's my
you're
turn.
still hidden. Okay. Okay, Hector.
Okay, so it says I get a bite, and a claw attack. Does it mean I have to choose one, or do I get both?
Well, if it says bite and a claw attack, yeah, you can get both.
All right, cool. I'm gonna do a bite and a claw.
Oh, so 18 definitely gonna hit for 8 points of damage, and the claw is gonna miss. So yeah, so you get a big old mouth of Pumbaa's ass. You take a bite of him.
Nice. That's the end of my turn. Just hold on to him. I'm still trying to bring this thing down.
All right, Meglar.
Okay.
This is gonna be a lot of bacon if you guys kill these things.
Oh yeah. Same thing.
Scimitar, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
So you take a big old swing and miss.
Okay, that's my turn.
Fucking orcs.
Fucking dwarfs.
Yeah, so this boar comes crashing into the. He's got his head down. He's trying to trample the panther. He attempts to hit you with his tusk for a 6.
Misses.
Yeah, so he misses as he's standing there teeing off with you. The other boar is going to try his trample move here, and he's going to run straight through both of you guys. 15, 20. And he's going to attempt to smash through this log. So, all right, so first he's going to make his attack on both of you two. I keep hitting the wrong button. Okay, so that's a 17 to hit Yuri. What's your AC, Yuri?
I'm not seeing any rolls here.
You don't get to see mine. I'm the DM.
Oh,
What's your AC?
Yuri, is your AC 16? Because I think it's 18 with the shield.
It's 18 with the shield.
Okay,
So
so that's
But
gonna hit.
Yeah, because he's two-handed.
He's two-handing, yeah. So you took. Let me see what the damage was. Oh, damn! So the damage was 12 points of slashing damage. As his tusk
Holy
runs
shit.
straight into your chest, and then you got to make a strength saving throw.
This may kill me.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Damn.
So yeah, this thing hits you, but you ended up just grabbing a hold of the tusk and pulling it out of your body as you kind of just push this thing off to the side of you. And as it kept rolling, with its other tusk, it tried to hit Meglar. So let me make my attack on Meglar here with an 8. So assuming that's gonna miss Meglar, and then it comes crashing through this log here. I'm gonna make a strength check. With the natural one. So this thing tries to smash through this log to get to Vitoris, and it ends up tripping, and it falls head first into this log, and its tusks are now stuck inside this massive log.
Do we get opportunity attacks?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
Yeah. So yeah, Voss. Yeah, I'll give both you guys, Voss and Hector, an opportunity attack.
so I still took 12
Yeah.
damage, right?
Yep.
That's child's play.
Okay,
20?
so both you guys end up hitting. So 4 points of bite damage, and then what's your damage there?
4.
4. Okay, so he takes another 8
Yeah, I'm
points.
two-handing it. Yeah. God damn.
And now
Throwing some
he's,
shitty fucking two-handed hits.
now he's stuck in this log. That's it for his turn. Voss, you're up.
Is he stuck? Stuck?
He's stuck at the moment.
Well, I guess I'll go and see that he's stuck and try to take advantage of that and fucking hit him.
Is he
18.
stuck in the log?
Yeah, his head's stuck in the log. So
Two-handed attack for 18.
18, that's gonna hit.
For 8.
8.
I'm a bonus action unarmed strike. Another scissor kick. 13.
13's gonna hit. Oh snap!
Or 6.
Nice, and that's enough. As you, as it's stuck there, you just smash it with your staff, and then you do a kick, and you hear the bones in its back just crack, and it falls over, dead.
And I'm going to spend another key point. Oh no, never mind. I cannot because I already used bonus action. No, I'm gonna sit here and cry.
I'm gonna peek my head up over the log and be like, "Thank you."
I just pooped my pants.
Kill the other one, please.
When it's my turn, maybe.
All right, Yuri. So you got this big old flesh wound now. I'm sure you're probably a little angry.
Oh yeah, I'm mad as hell. So I'm gonna just step up to this one and try to take another shot with my axe one-handed this time.
Okay. I'm assuming that you pull out your shield with your other hand.
Just in case.
Nine's gonna miss. as you hit it.
Pooped on.
Kind of just gets. Your axe actually hits it, but it kind of just like rolls off of his thick hide.
Sorry, I didn't mean to click on
It's like, whoa, Hector with a little sneak attack. Anything else you want to do, Yuri?
No, I guess not.
Okay. Vitoris?
I am going to attempt to shoot the only one available. The 22 to hit
22 is going to hit.
for 12. And then, take a guess what I'm about to do.
Hide. Behind the dead body of the other one.
The 13.
Yeah, it doesn't see you.
It's a little better than 11. And then that's my turn.
Alright, go ahead, Hector.
Yeah, I'm just gonna attack this thing twice.
Yeah, so both hit, so 11 points of damage.
Nice. Just biting the thing for all I'm worth, trying to go for his throat and hope for the best.
It's like National Geographic out here.
Pretty much.
Alright, is that it for your turn?
Yep, that's it. That's all I got.
Okay, so this thing is like bloody. You can see its claw marks that Hector left on it, and this large wound gaping from its chest. Meglar, you're staring at this thing. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to attempt to finish him off.
Come on, Meglar.
Boom!
Nice.
Big ol'
Right.
swing, and it hits for a 10. All right, so that you hear this thing just like squeal real loud as your scimitar just sinks right down into its shoulder, and you can feel your blade make contact with the bones, and it actually gets stuck for a second as you rip it back out.
Who wants bacon?
All right.
Bacon.
So then he turns around and makes his attack on Yuri. Yeah, he tries to hit you with his tusk. Actually, yeah, he's going to try to hit you with his tusk. With a 6. I'm pretty sure that's not going to hit. So at that point, yeah. That's it for his turn. That's probably it for his life. So let's, Voss, go ahead and finish him off. If you can reach him.
I can't about 40 movement speed.
Yeah, so you can hit and...
Yeah, I'm gonna run up and try to fucking crack him right in the skull.
And
13.
13 hits.
Two-handed. Oh, 7.
For 7. So yeah, so he's still alive, but you see this thing like staggered and almost has no idea where it's going anymore.
Oh, I'm gonna freaking do like a roundhouse to the side of its head. Unarmed attack for my bonus action. 20.
That's a hit. So how do you finish him off?
6. Roundhouse kick and like rip its eye out with my heel.
Oh, nasty. Boom. So the giant boar gets its eye knocked out, and you see the thing stumble and just collapse on its side into the bushes.
Combat drops.
And combat is over.
I'm skinning one of these bastards.
Holy shit! I like fall to one knee. Fucking A, those things hurt.
I transform back into myself, and I'm like, oh, holy shit. Thing damn near killed me at one shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Flip side, gather up some of this wood, start a fire, and have some bacon.
Hell yeah.
Well, that one did split that one log pretty good. You probably could just roast it right in the fucking log that it's stuck in.
Oh yeah, it's like the
Perfect.
whole log on fire. Remember, you're surrounded by very high grass that you could potentially set off Saltmarsh on fire.
Set the whole place on fire.
Game over.
I don't think it'd be a good idea.
Sounds like
use those clear little path. There are a little area here. We'll set up a little fire and skin these suckers and set up one on a roast. And
Is this his land?
What's that?
Is this his like crop land? Are we far enough away we're not going to destroy it?
Yeah, so
he
you know
was
what,
pretty adamant about us destroying his shit.
Where you guys are at also, like, isn't a clearing, and like this was their den, so like for the most part, like the ground is all like matted down and stuff anyway, so
All right.
so I mean you see there's like spots of dirt that are like showing through where they trampled this whole area and they've eaten all the vegetation around, so you guys can easily enough make a camp here for the night, because it's probably like 10 o'clock right now, so you guys have no problem like gathering some firewood and making camp, taking a long rest, and cutting
Do we
up
have
some
the
of his
utensils
board.
to butcher these fuckers?
Well, you have swords.
I've got a dagger.
I have
I got daggers.
I've got a
I got
mess
two
kit.
daggers.
That's good. Yeah.
Did you ever pick your dagger up, Hector, or is it still sitting there on the
No, yeah, I
table?
picked it up on the way. I said I picked it up on the way out.
Just make sure. I got a dagger.
Mine's like a sharp tooth dagger, so I don't know how like great it's gonna be for this, but you know.
I got a spare one.
It's definitely gonna like rip
Anyway,
and tear
we
the
can
meat a
butcher it.
little bit, but yeah. So you guys will end up taking a long rest, and you can level up to level 3.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I gotta decide what my subclass is.
Yeah.
That's where we'll end it tonight.
Nice. Yeah, I want to save some of these. Again,
Way of the Drunken Master.
what's that?
Way of the Drunken Master.
Nice.
so.
Yeah, I want to toss and make some weapons and get these guys back in town. See if we can't sell them for a bit. I mean, they're pretty mangled, so probably not, but you never know.
Yeah, I'm sure like you guys can get some of this meat and stuff, and maybe some of these hides, and bring them back into town next session. Maybe make some money and return to Eleander and let him know that problem has been resolved.
Especially because everybody just eats fish here. Imagine if they have like bacon all of a sudden. They can be like, holy shit.
And there is a big feast coming up on Sunday, so
That's true. Maybe go talk to what's his face. Sell it right to that guy.
I get proficiency in performance, and I get brewer supplies now.
all right, so I'm gonna end it. Boom.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Till next time.
All right.
I just went from